Chapter 599. Yet to go all out. Chapter 599. Yet to go all out. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Hu, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This young man actually crossed over directly into the array formation, and then flew on top of the city walls and stood in front of him. Su Hu very much wanted to slap this youth before his eyes to death with one palm. However, not knowing why, he actually could not raise his hand. "Your city lord Su Hu?" Yi Yuan looked quietly at Su Hu and asked, "Insolence! You actually dare to be disrespectful towards City Lord, His Excellency?" Ding Qi reproached. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked at Su Hu quietly, waiting for his reply. Su Hu discovered that he actually had a feeling of being short on breath in front of this youth. Finally, he could not endure this sort of stifling atmosphere, and said with a nod, "That's right, I'm Su Hu. Could it be that you are really here to reinforce Crimson Light City?" When Qin Yen saw this Su Hu, he immediately felt irate. He was just about to fly off the handle when he was pulled by Yin Yenhua from behind, shaking her head at him. Qin Yen was startled. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he kept his mouth shut. "It's naturally true. Otherwise, do you think that I'll still stand here perfectly well speaking to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Su, who was secretly alarmed and knew what the words Yi Yuan said meant. Since he could bring these 4 people into the Grand Array, he could naturally bring others into the Grand Array. If Yi Yuan was really a spy sent by the Fierce Gale world, why would he need to waste this time talking C-R-A-P with him? Even though he did not know just what problem occurred over at the Grand Array's Central, Yi Yuan's might had clearly already exceeded their understanding. An out-and-out Tier 5 Grand Array actually could not block Yi Yuan the slightest. Thinking this through, Su Hu had a look of embarrass meant as he clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "This, sir, truly sorry. There are too many irrational aspects with the appearance of you people, so I'm a little careful too. Didn't think that it nearly led to a disaster." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. City Lord is burdened with heavy responsibilities. Being a little careful is as ought to be. Rather, this Yi directly barging into the formation was quite brusque. Hope that your Excellency won't blame us." Yi Yuan really did not blame Su Hu, or else, with his personality, he would definitely not be so polite. This Su Hu being able to guard Crimson Light City until now was already very not easy. Shangguan Lingyun was an extremely intelligent person. There was most likely more than one bluff used in between this. If Su Hu did not handle carefully, he would probably have fallen for it long ago. To be able to persevere until now, this Su Hu was worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. When Su Hu saw that Yi Yuan was so easy to talk he relaxed greatly in his heart. Yi Yuan's fame had already spread far and wide long ago at Wufang City, but Su Hu did not recognize him. In his view, Yi Yuan was definitely some big shots junior. That was how he had such strength. With a young man's arrogance plus such strength, he should have thought nothing of him. To think that he was actually so easygoing. Earlier, that young man behind Yi Yuan was clearly going to fly off the handle, but forcefully suppressed it. Rather like a young master. Hang on, could it be that he was really old Ancestor Qin's grandson? Thinking up to here, Su Hu's heart involuntarily thumped. Those 4 people behind Yi Yuan all had extraordinary bearings. Furthermore, they were all 2nd level Soul C strength. At this age, it was absolutely top-notch strength. If looking at it like this, the likelihood of this young man being old Ancestor Qin's grandson was very high. But the problem was these 4 people clearly looked to Yi Yuan for instructions, even looking like followers. Then, just what was the ident? One tie of this 17, 18 years old youth before his eyes with old Ancestor Qin's status. How could he let his own grandson be a youngster's follower? Su, who felt that he was rather confused. Just what was the background of this youth before him? These 5 people combination was seriously too strange. It made him unable to understand what it was all about. But one thing was very clear, and that was that these few youngsters could not be offended, disregarding the powers behind them, just talking about Yi Yuan blasting 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts flying with a punch. Their own strength could not be ignored. Thinking this through, Su-Hu panted a little unwittingly. Dare not, dare not. You came to rescue us from the siege, but I slammed the door in your faces. No matter what, it's my fault. It's just. Su-Hu looked at Yi Yuan, just 5 people, and could not help revealing a difficult look. Yi Yuan smiled and followed up. It's just that why is it only the 5 of us, right? Su-Hu gave an awkward smile. Yi Yuan continued saying, because the 5 of us are enough. Su-Hu's impression of Yi Yuan was pretty good, but hearing Yi Yuan say such raving words at this time, he could not help criticizing inwardly. I saw Sir's strength earlier. Even the fierce Gale World's main commander was helpless against you. But for us, these people are not the fierce Gale World's match. Su-Hu said in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Here isn't the place to talk. Can we go to City Lord Manor to chat? Su-Hu was stunned and smacked his head and said, Look at this brain of mine. My fault, my fault. Sir, please. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Su-Hu to the City Lord Manor. Lord Shangguan, just what kind of person was that youth? To actually have such terrifying strength. The Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng still had a look of astonishment on his face. The impact that Yi Yuan's performance earlier brought him was too intense. Shangguan Lingyun gave him a glance and said indifferently, Are you aware that a year ago there was an endless world youth who infiltrated into the central capital, and he threw the capital into an upheaval? Deng Sheng's expression changed drastically when he heard that and exclaimed in shock, It's actually him. No wonder. No wonder. Even 7th Prince, His Highness, suffered defeat at his hands. No wonder he had such formidable strength. It's just that. I heard that when he fought with 7th Prince, he was still only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How long has it been? He's actually already approaching Soul Sea Realm? Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Furthermore, even though Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was fast, the increase in strength was even faster. He was just Sea Transformation Realm and could actually already wield condensing the form of gathered essence to such a level. Truly terrifying. That attack previously was luckily Shangguan Lingyun fighting with Yi Yuan. If it were him, he would probably be a dead soul claimed under Yi Yuan's sword already. I initially thought that my improvement this 1 year was already very great. When I met him, once again, I should be able to win him, for certain. Didn't expect that running into him today. It's still hard to say who will be the victor. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Deng Sheng could not help choking up when he heard that, feeling that he was completely not on the same level as these peerless geniuses at all. Their improvement speed, he could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. Lord Shangguan, although that Yi Yuan is formidable, in the battle previously, Lord Shangguan didn't use your full power, right? If Lord Shangguan went all out, how can that punk be my lord's match? Deng Sheng gave a compliment without leaving a trace. But Shangguan Lingyun said with a smile, Did you think that Yi Yuan went all out? Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he said, The might of that one move, even I don't dare to clash head-on either. Could it be that that still wasn't his full strength? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I don't know. That exchange previously, we merely both parties probing out the other party's strength. But I think that his strength should be more than that. Chapter 600. Preserving Strength. Chapter 600. Preserving Strength, a puny little c transformation realm with strength daunting to such a degree. This was something that Deng Sheng could not understand. In his view, a person like Shangguan Lingyun was already monstrous to the peak. An existence even more monstrous than him already said the boundaries of his understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of crossing boundaries to battle. Reaching the Soul Sea realm, the difference between each minor boundary was huge. Shangguan Lingyun was only 7th level Soul Sea and already hailed as the number 1 person beneath divine traversing. This was already very heaven-defying. A sea transformation realm brat was also so daunting. What kind of situation did this count as? Lord Shangguan, then what should we do now? Deng Sheng could not refrain from asking. The endless world sent a boy with strength on par with Shangguan Lingyun. It was really quite troublesome. Shangguan Lingyun only said coolly, "Wait." Deng Sheng was stunned as he said, "Wait." Shangguan Lingyun's gaze penetrated the Central Army's main tent and looked in the direction of Crimson Light City and said, "Looks like the war is going to escalate. Mr. Yi, I wonder what means you have to preserve City Lord Manor." Su asked. In City Lord Manor, right after taking their seats, Su started inquiring. These few days, Su had been like an ant on a hot pan all along. The suffering in his heart probably only he himself could understand. He had always been extremely cautious, sitting on pins and needles, antic. 1p, aiding that the Alliance could resolve Crimson Light City's crisis every day. But he never would have thought that the Alliance actually just sent 5 people over. Yi Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su was thinking in his heart and said smilingly, "City Lord's capital's sunk these days. This he feels indebted as if I received it in person. It's just that. Even though this Crimson Light City is important, it's also a bottomless pit. The people inside the city are people. Aren't the people outside the city people too?" Su, who was stunned, and asked perplexedly, "What do Mr. Ye's words mean?" "The fierce Gale World's great army besieging Crimson Light City, why do they surround and not attack all along?" "Of course, it's because we have a Tier 5 Grand Array protecting," Su said without thinking. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was unreliable. Such an obvious thing. Was there still a need to ask? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Although a Tier 5 Grand Array is powerful, it isn't invincible. This mystic crystal iron chain array is an array formation that prioritizes defense. Furthermore, you guys only have a Tier 4 Array Master presiding over the Grand Array. There is simply no way to unleash the power of this Grand Array. Even if divine traversing realm experts don't take part in the battle, with the numbers of this 5-way great army concentrating attacks on the Grand Array every day, how long can your essence crystals withstand for? No matter how powerful the Grand Array, it needed to expend essence energy too. Even though Crimson Light City was large, under the circumstances without assistance, how many essence crystals could there be to expend? One had to know that to maintain a colossal array formation like this, especially under the circumstances where there were powerful attacks outside, the essence crystals expended every day was a very terrifying sum. But why did the fierce Gale World Great Army not do this? Suhu's heart thumped and had a feeling of falling into a pit. Although it's said that the strong reigns supreme in the martial artist world, and that as long as one's strength is strong enough, they could disregard everything. In a war like this, everyone's strength hasn't pulled apart to such a ridiculous degree. Sometimes, schemes are very effective. Using a fighting style of besieging a city to strike at their reinforcements at this time most likely proves effective every time. Yi Yuan's words crumbled Suhu's mental line of defense bit by bit. Sects stood in great numbers in the endless world. This sort of large-scale martial artist war they had never experienced before. But the fierce-scale world was different. Their martial artists had absolute loyalty and were not much different from mortal world armies. Plus, the fierce-scale world martial artist strengths were a notch stronger to begin with. The endless world being utterly routed was also something within expectations. And Crimson Light City was merely just a small blade of GRAS along the advancement path of the fierce-scale world. It was able to be uprooted at any time. What the fierce-scale world Great Army wanted was even greater results of battle. Once the Alliance sent a big army over to support Crimson Light City, what awaited them would be a deadly blow. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan did not bring people over. It was true that Crimson Light City was important, but if countless martial artists that came to aid died because of Crimson Light City, then the loss outweighed the gain. There's even a possibility that those cities' martial artists from before were deliberately released by the fierce-scale world. The goal was in order to let them rush to Crimson Light City and form this present sort of stranded situation. Yi Yuan's gaze looked deeply towards the distance, seemingly wanting to see through just who was guiding this war. Suhu drew a cold breath. He discovered that his back was already drenched. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, then the entire endless world was being toyed with in the palm right now. This person behind was too terrifying. Furthermore, Suhu increasingly felt that Yi Yuan's theory was very likely. Except if it was him who was thinking, he could not figure it out no matter what. At this time, how could Suhu still have any doubt towards Yi Yuan? He even had a feeling of admiration. This young man's strength was not only formidable, but the setup was also not an ordinary kind of big. Those old ancestors at the Alliance probably could not think of this level either, right? Using a very long time, Suhu finally subsided the astonishment in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became not quite the same. Then, what should we do now, Mr. Yi? Could it be to let the martial artists in the entire city all die here? Suhu sought advice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Alliance planned to give up on Crimson Light City, then I wouldn't have come. Since I came, I naturally have to bring you all out safely. Suhu was also a clever person. It was just that those two involved could not see clearly. Many things were unable to be seen clearly. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and could not help saying in surprise, Mr. Ye's meaning is that we break out of the encirclement? No way, no way. You don't know how strong the fierce-scale world martial artists are. We're simply not their match. Once we break out, even if we can escape, probably not many will survive as well. You fool. Brother Yi has been to the fierce-scale world's central capital before. Do you think that he's familiar with fierce-scale world martial artists or not? Qin Yan was enraged badly prior to this and could not find a place to vent all along. At this time, finally catching a topic, he retaliated without any hesitation. Even though the few of them were followers, the pride in their bones were still there. Them submitting to Yi Yuan did not represent that they were also willing to submit to a puny little Soul Sea Realm City Lord. Indeed, once Suhu heard that Yi Yuan had been to the fierce-scale world's central capital before, the expression on his face immediately changed. And Mr. Yi has truly been to the central capital before. Suhu said in amazement, the war progressing until now, the endless world martial artists more or less also knew some things about the fierce-scale world. And this central capital was precisely one of it, because it was too famous. At the thought that Yi Yuan could still return safely after going to the central capital, how could Suhu not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, the fierce-scale world martial artists are not insurmountable. When we came in, didn't we litter the ground with the bodies of their men and horses too? As long as our forces are strong enough, why should we fear them? Su, whose expression changed several times, and finally heaved a long sigh, and said, "Mr. Yi, is there no other way?" Yi Yuan shook his head, and said, "The fierce Gale world's goal is in order to kill people. So our best response right now is to not let them kill. We will preserve our strength, for now. There will come a day to counterattack." Chapter 601, Counter-Controlling Array Formation. Chapter 601, Counter-Controlling Array Formation. Then, when should we withdraw? Suhu asked powerlessly. Him, as the city lord of a region, was naturally unwilling to leave his own territory. Actually, in the end, he was still harboring some mentality of a fluke, hoping to be able to preserve Crimson Light City. How could Yi Yuan not perceive his thoughts? He said, "The sooner the better. However, we have to make some preparations. Otherwise, leaving the city will be equivalent to courting death." Su, who became spirited when he heard that, and asked, "What kind of preparations does Mr. Yi need to do?" "City Lord, Your Excellency, arrange all the martial artists in the city sorted out according to their respective realms. 3 days later, gather all the martial artists above Crystal Formation realm together. Is there any difficulty?" Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan originally thought that Su would reveal a difficult look, who knew that he answered without even thinking about it. "Okay, no problem. 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, I'll gather everyone together." Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Su said rather proudly, "When these martial artists entered the city, I already ordered people to register all the martial artists that swarmed into the city. What needs to be done now is merely sorting them out into categories. These few days, there were naturally also some people causing trouble in the city. They were all suppressed by me with strong means. Now, they all know my prowess, and nobody dares to cause trouble either." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Ho, City Lord has such skill. Since that's the case, I'll start my close seclusion now. 3 days later, meet at the practicing field north of the city." Right at this time, a young man barged into City Lord Manor unceremoniously and yelled out at the top of his voice, "City Lord, things are bad. The Grand Array has lost control." Su, whose complexion darkened, and he reproached the youth who rushed inside. "What's the shouting and wrangling for? Didn't you see there are guests present? The Grand Array is fine. No need for you to worry." This young man was precisely the young array master, Xiao Siki, who was managing the city protecting Grand Array. Only upon hearing Su say so did he notice the existence of Yi Yuan, the few of them. But he still said in bafflement, "City Lord, how do you know that the Grand Array is fine? You sent a message earlier to let me mobilize the Grand Array to kill the people who barged into the formation. But I discovered that I simply couldn't control the array formation anymore. These people can't be. Xiao Siki suddenly understood something, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan oddly. Yi Yuan said, "That's right. It's me." Xiao Siki's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "You? How is that possible? Your only sea transformation realm. How can you possibly make me lose control of the array formation? Those 4 people behind you are more like it. Xiao Siki, you shut your mouth for me. Do you know that?" Su, who had a face full of awkwardness. This Xiao Siki dragged his skeleton out of his closet, making him very embarrassed. As said, although Yi Yuan definitely knew long ago this order of his, saying it out was not too nice. Now, this Xiao Siki was you bling about too. Offending Yi Yuan, this little ancestor, was not something fun. He was just about to reprimand Xiao Siki, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a gesture. Yi Yuan said to Xiao Siki, "Don't believe? We can give it a try." As long as your array formation can touch a corner of my sleeves, count it as me boasting earlier. I'll apologize to you. How about it? Xiao Siki also had the temperament of a young man. Moreover, he was a Tier 4 array master and a Soul Sea realm existence. How could he possibly be afraid of Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm? Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually dared to look down on him like so. This made him even more displeased. Fine. Try it out then. Am I scared of you? Xiao Siki got cracking right away, directly taking out a black-colored flag, and was going to set up an array. When Yi Yuan saw this black-colored flag, his expression could not help turning intent. This was actually a low-grade profound artifact. A Tier 4 array master actually had a low-grade profound artifact in his hands. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Scarlet Fire Formation. Xiao Siki gave a light cry. A miniature array formation immediately condensed and formed. CLUS. Tears of fire instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. The might of a profound artifact, instantly completing an array. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed, while Xiao Siki had a look of being pleased with himself. Xiao Siki was just angry and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. This fire naturally could not burn people to death. It was only to make Yi Yuan a little ragged. What are you smiling for? Yi Yuan's words made Xiao Siki jump in fright. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the center of that bundle of flames, but they did not know since when Yi Yuan already changed his position. Yi Yuan walked in front of the array formation and casually tapped a few times on the array formation. The Scarlet Fire Formation directly dissipated into nothing. Xiao Siki's expression changed, and he deployed the black-colored flag once again, yelling out, Dragon Trapping Formation, Seven Carnage Formation, Mystic Moon Formation. Xiao Siki instant casted over a dozen array formations in succession, each one more formidable than the other. But he simply could not touch Yi Yuan at all. One had to know that instantly casting array formations would be very sudden to martial artists, catching them off guard. It was simply impossible to guard against. Furthermore, Xiao Siki could also make out that actually Yi Yuan waited for his array formations to form each time, and then instantly cracking the formation and exiting, and not avoiding the array formations. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's formations path attainments was very terrifying. He instant casted array formations, while Yi Yuan instantly cracked the formations. Even Master, his elderly self, cannot do it with such ease either, right? Xiao Siki gritted his teeth and yelled out once more, Roaming Dragon Golden Sword Formation. It was still instantly forming the formation, but the power of the array formation this time was clearly much stronger compared to that Scarlet Fire Formation from before. This was a quasi-Tier 4 array formation. A Tier 4 array master instant casting a quasi-Tier 4 array formation, even if it was relying on the power of a profound artifact, was already very heaven-defying. Yi Yuan was only a sea transformation realm martial artist. If following logical sense, this roaming dragon golden sword formation was sufficient to trap Yi Yuan in the formation and kill him. At least, it would also severely injure Yi Yuan. When the array formation formed, Xiao Siki's entire person was like drained, panting heavily in exhaustion. However, Xiao Siki's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he saw something beyond comprehension, only to see several streaks of golden light radiate out from inside the array formation, shooting towards Xiao Siki. Arc! Xiao Siki's rear end plopped onto the ground in fright, looking miserable, focusing his eyes and looking at those several streaks of golden light already vanished in the air long ago. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hurting him at all, but Xiao Siki still felt that it was beyond logic and above reason. because the array formation that he laid down was actually seized control of by Yi Yuan instantly and launched an attack towards him. Such means were truly inconceivable, even though Su, who had long known that Yi Yuan came by Pa-S, sing through the array formation, witnessing him counter-control the array formations with his own eyes still blew his mind. Humph! Overestimating your own ability. Why haven't you left? Making a spectacle of yourself here? Su, who said to Xiao Siki fiercely, but gave him a look, indicating to him to quickly leave. Xiao Siki's final move clearly already crossed the boundaries of probing. Su, who was afraid that it angered Yi Yuan, and made him quickly leave for the best. But Yi Yuan stopped it and said smilingly, "You're called Xiao Siki?" Xiao Siki was still in a mess right now. Hearing Yi Yuan question, he nodded his head subconsciously. Your formation's path level isn't bad. To actually be able to instantly cast a quasi-tier 4 array formation. I wonder if you have a master? Yi Yuan asked once more. Chapter 602, Plucking Heads. Chapter 602, Plucking Heads. My master is Yui Chen, a tier 5 high-rank array master, Xiao Siki said stammeringly. By the side, Su, who seemed to have understood something, and hurriedly explained, Master Ichen has already Pa-S, set on 10 years ago. Siki, he cultivates alone now. Yi Yuan sized up Xiao Siki and said with a nod, Since that's the case, I'll impart you a set of array formation. If you can comprehend it fully within 10 days, I'll give you a good fortune. How about that? Xiao Siki was stunned. He still had not recovered to his senses yet now. A sea transformation realm martial artist said that he was going to give him good fortune. No matter how one listened, it sounded somewhat comical. Su, who saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly ran over to slap the back of his head and said, What are you still in a daze for? Quickly agree. Ah. Xiao Siki finally reacted and shook his head and said, No, Master's grace to me is as weighty as a mountain. I won't switch to other factions. Su, who was enraged when he heard that. He had a look of expecting better from someone as he said, You simpleton! Master Ichen, he has already Pa-S, set on. Now that there's a better opportunity, you actually don't know how to cherish it. Xiao Siki said stubbornly, Even though Master, his elderly self, is no longer around, I don't have plans to take on any more masters at all. Yi Yuan said smilingly, No need you to go under my tutelage. I'm only doing this for the sake of completing other people's entrustment and giving you good fortune. As for how much you can comprehend, it'll be up to you. However, you only have 10 days' time. If you still haven't comprehended after 10 days, it shows that you don't have this qualification. City Lord, lend me your honorable manners training room for use. Xiao Siki was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such a thing. In the training room, when 18 sword puppets appeared in front of Xiao Siki, he had a feeling of being punked. Tier 3 array formation? You go and enter the formation and give it a try, but cracking the formation doesn't count. It must be fully comprehending the array formation, Yi Yuan said. Cracking the formation and comprehending the array formation were two completely different concepts. With Xiao Siki's Soul Sea realm strength, cracking the formation with force was also not an issue. But to want to comprehend the 9 revolutions interlocking formation, that was not so simple. TCH, a puny little tier 3 array formation. What's the big deal? Don't need 10 days. 3 days are sufficient. Xiao Siki said disdainfully. He could instantly cast quasi-tier 4 array formations. He touched his heart and examined himself that comprehending a set of tier 3 array formation was naturally nothing difficult, no matter how complicated this tier 3 array formation was. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I've already lowered the degree of difficulty of this array formation a lot. but for you to want to comprehend within 3 days, it's still impossible. With his Tier 9 array master formations path attainments back then, even he comprehended for quite a few hours. For a puny little Tier 4 array master to want to comprehend the complete version 9 revolutions interlocking formation, it was virtually impossible. When Yi Yuan was in the city protecting Grand Array, he already felt that this array master was not ordinary. Hence, that was why he had the thought of feeling him out. Seeing that he could actually achieve instant casting quasi-tier 4 array formations, it made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up before deciding to fulfill Wei Zhao's entrustment and plan to pass Lu Linfeng's inheritance to Xiao Siki. Furthermore, looking at it at present, Xiao Siki's character was still pretty good. Xiao Siki had a face full of contempt and got up and landed in the array formation. But once he entered the array formation, Xiao Siki immediately felt different. The contempt on his face immediately faded. Is this really a Tier 3 array formation? How can a Tier 3 array formation be so profound? Xiao Siki immersed in comprehending the array formation very quickly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he said with a smile, "Let him suffer here then. We have to go do proper stuff too." Su, who forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and followed Yi Yuan out. Level-headed disposition, formidable strength, exceedingly high formations path attainments. Just what kind of monster was a youth like this? 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, tens of thousands of martial artists made a miraculous trip. The scene was spectacular. On the stage, Su Hu looked down with an awe-inspiring appearance. He said in a clear voice, "I believe that everybody also knows that Crimson Light City is already a lone city. It simply can't be defended for more than a few days. The Alliance sent Mr. Yi forward to Crimson Light City to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement." With this introduction of Su Hu's, below immediately broke out into a noisy mess. What? Sent a sea transformation, realm baby here, to save us? Has the Alliance already abandoned us? A sea transformation, realm brat, can still lead us to break out of the encirclement? What a joke! A baby whose hair hasn't even finished growing yet. What can he do? City Lord will fight with you. Let this baby get lost. Hey, you all don't say that. Since the Alliance sent this boy over, this boy must have aspects, Serpa. Sing others in. Boy, if you have the ability, go outside the city and pluck some heads over for us to see. You coming here to bring us to break out of the encirclement, you got to at least let us see your strength, right? When this person spoke, it immediately incurred loud laughter. Forget about sea transformation realm. Even a peak 9th level soul sea strength, like Su, who did not dare to go out of the city to pluck a few heads either. Yi Yuan beside, Su, who seemed to have long expected this sort of situation. He looked at that martial artist and said with a faint smile, "If I go out and pluck a few heads back, will you guys listen to me, or not?" "Oh, really going for it? Ha ha. Sure, as long as you can pluck a few heads back, we'll all listen to you. What say you guys?" That martial artist said with a big laugh, "Yes, yes." The other martial artists obviously did not believe that a sea transformation realm brat dared to go out of the city to pluck a few heads back, and all hooted one by one. The vast majority among these martial artists were all itinerant cultivators. Each and every one of them was used to being undisciplined and carefree. To subdue them was really not something that easy. Even though Su Hu, the city lord, had done pretty well, he only used martial strength to suppress them and not really made them obedient. Yi Yuan looked at that martial artist and said with a smile, "What's your name?" "What? Remembering your father's name to find fault? Your father does not change his name whether I travel or stay at home. I'm Chu S. H. I plus." said that martial artist with his head held high. This Chu S, H, I plus S strength was decent. It had already reached the 5th level Soul C realm. Just a C transformation realm brat. He naturally thought little of him. There were so many people here. Could Sue, who really dare to kill people to their faces? If a riot really happened, Sue who would be unable to bear the consequences of failure as well. These itinerant cultivators were mostly stubborn and unruly people. Among them, greater attention was paid on the weak being prey and the strong feasting. Want to let them submit? You must take out true strength. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chu S, H, I plus, is it? I've memorized it. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Vanis. H, I plusing before Chu S. H, I plus. Those martial artists below all exchanged glances. There was actually an, body who saw clearly how Yi Yuan left. Seeing this scene, Chu S, H, I plus S expression darkened. He said to the martial artist beside him, I say, do you guys think that this boy really went outside the city to pluck heads? Hoo-hoo, how is that possible? This brat's movement technique is just a bit more powerful. Just that bit of strength of his. How is that possible? That martial artist replied. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already appeared on the stage once again. And in his hands, he was currently grabbing a fierce Gale World martial artist. But when everyone looked over, their expressions changed. Chapter 603, Distributing Medicinal Pills. Chapter 603, Distributing Medicinal Pills. F5th level Soul C. My eyes aren't seeing things, right? Less than 100 breaths of time altogether. He actually went down to catch a 5th level Soul C Fierce Gale World martial artist. This isn't a prop prepared in advance, right? Is that person really a Fierce Gale World martial artist? At first glance, when those martial artists saw this scene, it was in disbelief. A C transformation realm capturing a 5th level Soul C back in such a short time. This was simply a joke. But they abruptly came to realize the truth about one thing. The transmission arrays in the city were already totally destroyed. Outside had the Fierce Gale World's great army surrounding. How did Yi Yuan come in? Inside the city was basically in the state of being sealed off. These martial artists simply did not know the commotion that happened outside the city a few days back. Only at this time did Suhu voice out. You all are probably still unaware. Several days ago, Mr. Yi killed in all the way from outside. You all know the Fierce Gale World Great Army's main commander, right? Mr. Yi fought a great battle with him outside the city, ending in a draw. With this, below immediately burst into an uproar. Killing all the way in? How is that possible? Could it be that this youth brought a large army over? But where's the large army? I heard before that Fierce Gale World main commander is hailed as invincible under divine traversing realm. This C transformation realm youth can actually fight to a draw with him? I still don't believe it. This is too fake. That Fierce Gale World commander only had his essence energy sealed, currently, and was not dead. Yi Yuan's palm force lightly spat. He was killed immediately. Looks like everybody still has doubts about my strength. Chu S, H, I, plus you get ready. I'm coming. Yi Yuan said coolly. In the crowd, when Chu S, H, I, plus heard these words, his entire body tensed up and his hair stood on its ends. Actually, he already believed 70% of it. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually really make an example out of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu S, H, I, plus used his strongest attack. Yet, right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly vanished in front of him. You're already dead. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out behind Chu S. H, I, plus. Chu S. H. I. Plus was taken aback with fright by Yi Yuan and turned backward, moving back several steps in a row. He saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a grin on his head and did not have the intention of making a move. The originally clamoring practice field quietened down at this time. The impact that Yi Yuan's strength brought to them was too strong. Chu S. H. I. Plus. S. forehead was matted in cold sweat. He finally could not endure Yi Yuan's powerful aura and gave a bow and said, "Mr. Yi, please forgive Chu S. H. I. Plus. S. offense earlier." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "No worries. I'm young. My cultivation realm is low. You guys looking down on me is normal too. But the reason why I captured this fierce-scale world martial artist, apart from proving to you all that I have this capability to bring you guys out, is to tell you that the fierce-scale world martial artists are not undefeatable." As he spoke, Yi Yuan leaped and went on the stage. "Mr. Yi, your strength is formidable. You're naturally not afraid of the fierce-scale world martial artists. But we have all seen the fierce-scale world martial artists. They are simply utter lunatics. We're really not a match." "Yeah, I've seen before from far away. The fierce-scale world martial artists killed anyone they saw. Simply a bunch of butchers. Their strength is really very strong. At the same realm, we're not their match at all. These people were all clearly frightened by the fierce-scale world martial artists. Going out like this, they did not need to fight at all and would directly crumble. So, you all hide in Crimson Light City planning to be cowards for all your lives? Although you all are willing to be cowards, will the fierce-scale world let you be? You guys don't really think that the fierce-scale world won't send out divine, traversing realm experts forever, right? You are waiting for the Alliance to send a large army to save you guys constantly. But do you all know that the Alliance is also in an absolutely inferior position right now? You guys are all martial artists. You should know the rule of the martial artist world. There is no savior in this world that can save you guys. Only yourselves." Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Everybody kept quiet. Yi Yuan's words undoubtedly shattered their hopes completely. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. The Alliance was unable to even fend for itself right now. It was simply impossible to send a large army over to support. Want to survive, they could only go and fight themselves. However, the fierce-scale world martial artists were so powerful. Their numbers had an absolute advantage too. How could they possibly break out of the encirclement? At this time, Yi Yuan took out a storage ring and showed it in front of everyone. In this storage ring, there are tens of thousands of Tier 3 and Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Now, each one of you gets one medicinal pill. These medicinal pills will help you all increase your strength greatly within a short period of time. Qin, Yen, distribute the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan threw the storage ring to Qin Yen. Qin Yen received the order and went. These medicinal pills were refined by Yi Yuan along the way. His current strength was already able to barely mobilize the square cauldron. Along the way, the vast majority of Yi Yuan's time was all on refining medicinal pills. Among these medicinal pills had C expanding pills, C gathering pills, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan already instructed Qin Yen to distribute the medicinal pills according to the martial artist's realm, letting them increase their cultivation realms to the greatest degree from there. Yi Yuan had done this thing when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect, but his current strength was much more powerful compared to that time. 10 days' time refining tens of thousands of medicinal pills was nothing difficult. Of course, this was also borrowing the power of the profound artifact, Square Cauldron. Medicinal pill, this is the straw that Mr. Yi gave us to clutch at. What can one medicinal pill do? Yeah, A medicinal pill can at most increase a little bit of cultivation. It's simply no use to the matter. Normally, I'd definitely be overflowing with grat. 1, 2 towards Mr. Yi. But now, what freaking use does one medicinal pill have? Those martial artists were all clearly unaware of how formidable the sea-expanding pill and sea-gathering pill was. Regarding Yi Yuan's taken-for-granted action, they were very disapproving. Yi Yuan did not explain either. He quietly waited for Qin Yen to distribute the medicinal pills. According to Yi Yuan's instructions, the first to get the medicinal pills were those 9th-level crystal formation martial artists. After they got the medicinal pill, they directly swallowed it. Before long, a series of essence energy storms howled in the practicing field. Those initially disdainful martial artists were finally visibly moved. Ha ha ha! I've already been stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. To think that I actually have a day where I break through to the sea transformation realm. I'm going to break through too. This old man thought that it's hopeless for the rest of my life. Didn't expect that it can actually shatter the core and form the sea. This medicinal pills is too miraculous. Turns out that shattering the core and forming the sea is actually so easy. Those martial artists who obtained the sea-expanding pill were all excited beyond words, shouting crazily. Among these people, there were many martial artists who were stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. Their potential had already been exhausted, and there was simply no hopes of breaking through. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined could naturally transform something rotten into something magical, helping them break through a puny little sea transformation realm was still not an issue. When those martial artists who had yet to get the medicinal pills saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances. The expression on their faces changed from the initial disdain to looks of antic. 1. Piation. Chapter 604. Special Training. Chapter 604. Special Training. Lord Shangguan, what in the world happened over at Crimson Light City? The nearby essence energies are gathering over there unceasingly. Seems like there is somebody breaking through cultivation realm. But such a colossal essence energy undulation, it's probably impossible for a divine traversing realm powerhouse's breakthrough, right? The abnormal activity in the city alarmed the fierce Gale World Central Army's main tent very quickly, and a subordinate just reported that Yi Yuan suddenly flew out of the city just now and directly captured a 5th-level Soul Sea commander. This made Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrow even more. This sort of situation should be a lot of people breaking through at the same time. Although I don't know why, I think it shouldn't be unrelated to Yi Yuan. Shangguan Lingyun said, with a grave look, "What? Such a civ commotion, there are probably hundreds or thousands of people breaking through. What capabilities does he have to actually let so many people broke through at the same time?" Deng Sheng exclaimed in shock. "Ha! You are only aware of one aspect, but ignorant of others. Not only is Yi Yuan's martial path extremely strong, but his alchemy abilities are also unparalleled. He is Sovereign Star Abyss's accomplished disciple. Furthermore, looking from all kinds of signs, Yi Yuan's alchemy level is probably even above Sovereign Star Abyss's eldest disciple, S.H.I. plus Howren." Shangguan Lingyun said, "How is that possible? S.H.I. plus Howren is an alchemy king expert." Deng Sheng said in amazement, "Hoo-hoo, Yi Yuan is just sea transformation realm, and even you aren't his match. What's strange about him, Serpa? Sing alchemy kings in alchemy?" Shangguan Lingyun seemed to already be unfazed by the unusual regarding Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Deng Sheng was stunned and wanted to find some words to refute, but he could not find any reasonable rep. Tao, after thinking for a long time too. Clearly, this sort of explanation did not make sense. But just why could he not find a reason to rebut? Shangguan Lingyun's aura suddenly became fierce and sharp as he said coldly, Yi Yuan's growth is too quick. If this continues, he will surely be our fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Looks like the war has no choice but to escalate now. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Deng Sheng's expression was slightly apprehensive, immediately understanding Shangguan Lingyun's meaning. Once divine traversing realm powerhouses got involved, the war would be much more miserable. The preparation over there is already almost done. Lord Yunrong will reach the latest half a month later. Deng Sheng said, but Shangguan Lingyun frowned slightly and said, You go and send a message to Lord Yunrong again. Make him be sure to reach within 10 days. Besieging Crimson Light City was originally a guaranteed success. The only variable now is Yi Yuan. Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he bowed and said, I obey your command. There were people breaking through nonstop in the practicing field. Very soon, the place was overcrowded. Those who had yet to consume the medicinal pills could only withdraw to one side and quietly await the others to break through. Martial artists require a certain area when breaking through. Who knew what would happen if they broke through together? Very soon, a large batch of sea transformation realm experts was born from these martial artists. And those sea transformation realm martial artists also had a large batch that broke through their original levels. All in all, these martial artists' strength collectively went up a level. Chu S. H. I. Plus rubbed his hands and came before Yi Yuan, looking like a girl being bashful as he said, That, Mr. Yi, although old Chu, I offend you earlier, I've also turned over a new leaf now. Can I? Looking at those sea transformation realm experts, crystal formation realm experts broke through one after another. Chu S. H. I. Plus was very envious. It was just that earlier, these Soul Sea realm martial artists shouted the most ferociously. Chu S. H. I. Plus thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he did not take out medicinal pills. Yi Yuan gave him a look and said smilingly, Can't. Chu S. H. I. Plus S expression changed, and he was just about to speak, but heard Yi Yuan continue, because I'm unable to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now. Sorry. Chu S. H. I. Plus could not help being stunned as he said, You're saying that these medicinal pills were all refined by you alone? Otherwise, what do you think? Yi Yuan replied with a question. Chu S. H. I. Plus S eyes became round B. A-L. L. S. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, There are tens of thousands of medicinal pills. Even for a powerful alchemist, to refine all of it would probably need around a year's time as well, right? Could it be that you already predicted today's situation 1 year ago? Ordinary alchemist's exhaustion when refining pills were tremendous. To be able to refine dozens to 100 pills a day was already incredible, but Yi Yuan could refine medicinal pills in large quant. 1. Ties by borrowing the square cauldron. The efficiency was 10 times, even 100 times of ordinary alchemists. So the way Chu S. H. I. Plus saw this, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to refine so many medicinal pills within a few days. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were not average with one look. It needed even more time to polish. Then there was only one explanation. Yi Yuan was a prophet. That was why he started preparing these medicinal pills a year ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and could not be bothered to explain either. If he explained, they might not believe either. Except his disdain in Chu S. H. I. Plus S perspective became all the more unfathomable. The process of martial artists breaking through lasted for around an entire day's time. Virtually everybody all rose a level. The impact of this change on people's senses was immense. These 2 days, Su was completely astounded by this Mr. Yi, who popped out from who knows where. He finally knew why the Alliance sent such a youth over to Sist Crimson Light City. These medicinal pills that Yi Yuan brought over were virtually equivalent to bringing a powerful martial artist great army here. This sort of transformation was not just in terms of strength, but it was more on confidence. Originally, these martial artists' fear towards the fierce Gale world was already deep to the marrow. But now, in pace with the breakthroughs in cultivation realms, their self-confidence picked up anew. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the martial artists on the practicing field and said coolly, "Now, do you all have confidence in having a battle with the fierce Gale world great army outside?" "Yes, of course we have. Screw them to death. Take revenge for those dead companions." When people's confidence swelled up sometimes, they would not know which direction it was, especially those martial artists who broke through to the sea transformation realm. They all felt that they were almost becoming an invincible state. Of course, if one person broke through, it was absolutely incapable of giving them such great confidence. But several tens of thousands of people breaking through at once would let this sort of confidence swell to a terrifying extent. Yi Yuan raised his hand to motion to everyone to be quiet. The people below instantly quietened down. Martial power deterrence plus gifting medicinal pills. Yi Yuan had already become these people's spiritual leader unknowingly. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the audience below the stage and said in a cold voice, "With your current states, wanting to battle the great army outside is still a long way off. Therefore, in order to let your combat strength become even stronger, I've specially set up a grand array. Now, enjoy this grand array's special training to your heart's content." Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. A colossal light veil enveloped the entire practicing field. And what happened? Where are the others? Chu S.H.I. plus frowned and said, there were only 2 Soul Sea realm martial artists left by his side. The other people on the practicing field vanished instantly, as if the 3 of them were isolated the others. Ouch! Who hit me? Chu S.H.I. plus was kicked brutally by somebody from behind. Chapter 605. Leave your back to us. Chapter 605. Leave your back to us. Very soon, wails sounded out everywhere in the Grand Array. This was the Tier 4 Grand Array that Yi Yuan relied on the power of the profound water flag and spent 3 days' time to set up the Azura Tripe, Inged formation, hearing wailing sounds coming out from the array formation. Every now and then, the flesh on Suhu's face convulsed. "Mr. Yi, something bad won't happen, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The biggest problem with our Endless World's martial artists is that they are too undisciplined and carefree, and are totally incapable of joining forces. The greatest use of this array formation is to train their teamwork ability, wanting to let them comprehend all sorts of grand arrays within a short time. That is impossible. Furthermore, with their temperament, it's also not possible to accomplish that. The function of this Azura Tripe, Inged formation is to let them form into a unit for every 3 people, forming exceptionally powerful combat strength within a small radius. As long as they can complete the training, their combat power will have a qualitative increase." Suhu's gaze could not help looking over towards the Grand Array, only to see those martial artists in a disorderly mess. Where was there any consciousness of teamwork? In the Grand Array, they were all fighting their own battles and were beaten by their opponents until they did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Seeing this sort of situation, Suhu could not help shaking his head. What Mr. Yi said is correct. The reason why the fierce Gale world martial artists are powerful is that they are of one heart and mind. While the martial artists on our side, each time they encounter a large-scale battle, they would basically throw away their helmets and armor instantly. It's just that. I fear that time is too short. They simply can't complete this training. Suhu said, "Relax. Human potential is limitless, according to the intensity of the training I designed for them. These people will comprehend out some things eventually. But just as you said, our time isn't much. At most 10 days, we must break out of the encirclement." Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the one leading the fierce Gale world great army this time was actually Shangguan Lingyun, this person. His contact with Shangguan Lingyun was not much, but he specially found Xiao Ruyan to understand this person before. Compared to Zhao Chenggan, this Shangguan Lingyun was more level-headed and intelligent, very hard to deal with. Furthermore, looking at the situation of both parties probing that day, this person's strength was likely not beneath his own. If really matched up, the outcome was really hard to say. All right, time is pressing. I have to make the best use of time to cultivate as well, to strive to break through to the 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Yi Yuan said. Su, who could not help choking up when he heard that, breaking through to 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Such words, only this one in front of him dared to say so, right? Thinking back, when he broke through from the 8th level C transformation to 9th level C transformation, he used a full 5 years. Ouch. Kick my B, U, T, T again. F asterisk king H, E, L, L. Your father will fight it out with you. Old Jew, don't be a hindrance. Scram to one side for me. If you continue to give trouble, I'll beat you together. Also you, old Qian, grow some eyes. That sword of yours earlier almost cut me. If there's a next time, you're dead for sure. In the grand array, Chu S, H, I, plus was like a mad dog. Whoever he caught, he would have a go crazily, trapped in the grand array together with him. One was called Zhu Changji, the other was called Qian Si. They happened to know each other beforehand. Actually, Zhu Changji and Qian Si's strength were evenly matched with Chu S, H, I, a plus. He was also just getting an upper hand verbally. If they really had internal strife, the one getting beaten could only be him. Most importantly, those martial artists materialized by the grand array already kicked his B, U, T, T quite a few times. Each time, they kicked him until he face-planted, cutting a sorry figure. Chu S, H, I, plus S temper was not good to begin with. At this time, he was even more pent up with anger. Old Chu, don't be foul-mouthed. Although these people are formed by the grand array, each of their strength is very formidable. We're simply not their match. If this continues, we'll be played to death. Zhu Changji said, Bah, just an array formation that brat set up wants to play your father to death. Your father doesn't believe this S, H, I, plus T. Those few people are also roughly the same as our strength. It's just that their numbers are a little more than us. I don't believe that I can't bring them down. Chu S, H, I, plus refused to give in. Very clearly, he was very displeased with this grand array Yi Yuan set up. Of course, what he was most displeased with was that these illusionary martial artists kept on chasing his B, U, T, T, and kicking. Too humiliating. On the first day, Chu S, H, I, plus was the same as everyone trapped within the array formation, being kicked leg after leg by those illusionary martial artists. Life was very miserable. But this grand array could not keep operating all the way. Whenever their essence energy were roughly depleted, those martial artists would automatically disappear for some time. After waiting for their essence energy to recover to a certain extent, those martial artists would automatically appear again. The second day Pa-S said very quickly. The martial artists in the array formations were still exhausted from dealing with it and could not find a way to defeat those illusionary martial artists at all. But they discovered one thing. The attacks of those martial artists on the second day were much more ferocious compared to the first day. Many martial artists all suffered differing degrees of injuries. The third day, Lu Hong's voice suddenly transmitted into the Grand Array, saying, "Brother Yi said that the power of the Grand Array will get stronger day by day. If you guys are still fighting by your own separate battles today, there will be deaths." Finished talking, the voice cut off abruptly. Everybody all shuddered. There will be deaths. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer SMAs. H-I plussing onto their chest, making them feel out of breath. Chu-S, H-I plus S expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I feel like that boy isn't scaring us. If we continue like this, there might really be people dying." Zhu Changji and Qian Si both felt that way strongly too and nodded their heads. Old Zhu, old Qin, this person hate to work together with others the most. But at this time, it's not up to us either. Chu-S, H-I plus said, "Ha, you think that your father is willing to cooperate with trash like you? But for the sake of living, we might have to cooperate for once," Zhu Changji said. "I have no objections." Qian Si's character was clearly very unsociable and was also unwilling to cooperate with others. Indeed, when the Grand Array activated, everyone's pressure increased suddenly. Those illusionary martial artists' offensive power suddenly rose a level. Even though there was Lu Hong's warning to really want to achieve good teamwork, how could it be that easy? Old Zhu, careful behind. Old Qian, flank. F*CK. You guys revealed my back to the outside. Chu-S, H-I plus suddenly flew out with a miserable cry. "Be careful." Qian Si flew with his sword, resolving that illusionary martial artist's lethal blow. Chu-S, H-I plus sweated profusely, struggling up with a grunt to continue fighting. "Old Qian, I owe you a favor." Chu-S, H-I plus yelled, "You die, we won't survive either." Qian Si was precise and to the point. These illusionary martial artists' cooperation is too exquisite. This is not the way to go on. Our teamwork must be stronger than theirs to be able to beat them. Chu-S, H-I plus said, "Haha, looks like you aren't too dumb." Finally made out some trick to it. Zhu Changji, don't believe that the 3 of us living people can't even compare to a couple of illusionary martial artists. Old Chu, old Qian, starting from now, my back will be left to you guys. Zhu Changji said. Chapter 606, Chu-S.H.I plus trio. Chapter 606, Chu-S.H.I plus trio. Yi Yuan was not joking with them. On the 3rd day, the casualties neared 3,000 people. This number was rather high, and this figure, Lu Hong did not hide it either, telling everybody through the Grand Array. The array formation already ceased operating at this time. Chu-S, H-I plus 3 people's expressions were never before solemn. According to what that brat says, the difficulty of the 4th day will be greater than today. Barring no accidents, tomorrow's casualties will probably be even higher. Chu-S, H-I plus said gravely. Zhu Changji said in agreement, "That's inevitable. This boy is truly detestable. We haven't died at the hands of the fierce-scale world martial artists yet, but are actually going to die in his hands first. If I can go out of this Grand Array, I'll definitely put him on the spot." Chu-S, H-I plus said with a cold smile, "Keep bragging, you..." That boy can set up such a formidable Tier 4 grand array with C transformation, realm cultivation. Can you be his match? Could it be that you forgot how that commander died? When Zhu Changji heard that, he could not help shuddering. Even if they did not borrow the power of the grand array, they could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match either. That fierce Gale World commander simply did not have leeway to resist at all in Yi Yuan's hands. Their strength was at best the same as that commander too. If they really fought, they were probably still not that commander's match. What the outcome of challenging Yi Yuan was, there was already no need to say. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he dares to kill off all of us. Zhu Changji said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Chu S.H.I. plus rolled his eyes, and was disinclined to bother with this fellow. And right then, the Qian Si, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly opened his mouth. Could it be that you guys didn't notice that our three people's combat power as a whole has been gradually increasing? Chu S.H.I. plus and Zhu Changji exchanged a glance, and could not help being startled inwardly. It really seemed to be like this. 2 days ago, they each fought their own battles separately, and were basically all brutally wrecked by the illusionary martial artists. There was simply no leeway to retaliate. All the way until this morning, they would still be completely walloped. But later, after they put down their so-called dignity and joined hands to face the enemy, they seemed to have gradually adapted to battles like this. Even though they were still brutally pummeled constantly when it reached night time, they had already gradually regained some of the declining trends. This undoubtedly indicated that Chu S.H.I. plus the three of their combat power was gradually rising. This discovery gave the three of them a big surprise. Turns out that that boy set up this grand array for the sake of increasing our teamwork ability. Chu S.H.I. plus was suddenly enlightened. Our strength did not increase much, but the three of us teaming up, the overall strength rose considerably. Zhu Changji said, "Continue tomorrow." Qian Si said it simply. Very soon, the fourth day's training had begun. The difficulty of the fourth day clearly had an increase compared to the first 3 days. However, Chu S.H.I. plus trio had already gradually touched upon some knack to it. Without any doubt, the adaptive ability of humans was very powerful. Those illusionary martial artists' teamwork was quite ingenious. Chu S.H.I. plus the three of them learned many things from that teamwork in countless times of battle, such high-intensity battles. They had already gradually turned these things they learned into their ability. Just as they said, once the three of them found the feeling of this sort of cooperation, their changes compared to those illusionary martial artists were much more. Reaching nightfall, these three people actually already gradually overpowered those illusionary martial artists. From day one until the opponents the three of them faced had always been 5. From the brutal pummeling in the beginning until now, they had already gradually gained the upper hand. Old Chu, Old Qian. Zhu Changji roared loudly. Understood. Zhu Changji did not say what to do, but Chu S.H.I. plus understood the other party's intentions instantly. At this time, Zhu Changji tied down 3 illusionary martial artists alone and was already surrounded by perils. Chu S.H.I. plus and Qian Si seemed to know what the other party was thinking, sweeping aside their opponents with a sword, and directly headed for the center person Zhu Changji was battling. Right at this time, Zhu Changji's attack also followed after and arrived. Under the three people's pincer attack, that illusionary martial artist was instantly penetrated through. Right then, those 2 illusionary martial artists that were pushed aside previously rushed here anew. Chu S.H.I. plus and Qian C exchanged positions bizarrely, but left the empty S, P, A, C for Zhu Changji, one of the illusionary martial artists, was pierced through by Zhu Changji again. Just like this, the three of their cooperation became increasingly proficient and finished off all of the illusionary martial artists very quickly. The three people threw their swords aside and sat on the ground exhaustedly. Really freaking tired. We killed all 5 illusionary martial artists. Can't go out yet? Chu S. H. I. Plus said unhappily. Haha, really exciting. I truly didn't expect that turns out the 3 of us cooperating together will actually have such strength. Zhu Changji said rather excitedly. Chu S. H. I. Plus rolled his eyes and could not help uttering his innermost feelings. Old Zhu, don't be mistaken. In this grand array, your father is only cooperating with you for the sake of living. After we leave, you take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. TCH, who wants to work together with you? Zhu Changji said unhappily. If you guys want to die, you can tell him that after going out. Qianxi interjected untimely. When these words came out, Chu S. H. I. Plus and Zhu Changji immediately became mute. Yi Yuan's setting up this array formation was in order to train their teamwork ability. If they did not follow Yi Yuan's intentions after leaving, the outcome could be imagined. The 4th day's casualties were even higher than the 3rd day's. It reached a horrifying 5,000 people, and Chu S. H. I. Plus, their team, was the first group to finish killing the illusionary martial artists. Starting from the 5th day, Chu S. H. I. Plus they all had an impulse to curse and swear, because this training did not end at all, but added another 2 illusionary martial artists again. This way, the illusionary martial artists' count became 7 people. What the H, E, L. Is this boy messing with us? Dealing with 5 is already awful. How can 7 possibly be killed? Chu S. H. I. Plus grumbled. Don't talk rubbish. He's playing with you. What can you do? Zhu Changji said, I'm unhappy in my heart and venting a little. Can't I? Be careful. The increase in illusionary martial artists' count brought Chu S. H. I. Plus trio considerable trouble. But right now, Chu S. H. I. Plus trio's strength was already no longer what it was before. Although they were straining, the 3 people made it through the 5th day by relying on incomparably ingenious cooperation. When it reached the 6 days' noon, Chu S. H. I. Plus trio finally killed the 7 illusionary martial artists and succeeded in clearing the round once more. But it still did not end. After resting for several hours, 9 illusionary martial artists appeared. Except that this time, Chu S. H. I. Plus trio finished off these 9 illusionary martial artists that very day. When it reached the 7th day, Yi Yuan finally exited seclusion. When he appeared in everyone's sights once more, he was already peak 9th level C transformation. When he saw the Chu S. H. I. Plus trio in the array formation, he could not help being surprised. These 3 people could actually deal with 11 illusionary martial artists already. Chapter 607, all the way north. Chapter 607, all the way north starting from the 5th day. A substantial decline in casualty rate suddenly appeared in the grand array. When it reached the 10th day, the martial artist casualty count was merely just several hundred people, which was also to say that the vast majority of the people already adapted to this sort of battles. But to most people, they could only clear the earlier hurdles. 3 people facing 5 should not be too much of a problem. For a small number of elites like Chu S. H. I. Plus trio, their improvement was very evident. When it reached the 10th day, Chu S. H. I. Plus Trio could already deal with 19 illusionary martial artists and not be defeated. This sort of improvement speed made Yi Yuan quite surprised too. On the 10th day, Yi Yuan finally removed the grand array. Each and every one of those martial artists felt like being relieved of a heavy burden, all having a feeling of seeing the light of day once more. This 10 days' time was simply even more arduous than 10 years. The majority of them were all itinerant cultivators. When had they experienced such perverse training before? 10 days' time, the martial artists lost near 10,000 people. But coming out of the Azura Tripe are, inked formation, these martial artists' aura underwent an earth-shaking change. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at everyone glitteringly and said coldly, "I know that many among you people all feel that I'm very cruel, but when we break out of the encirclement, you'll know how merciful I am. I don't wish to say superfluous words. The breakout operation officially begins today at 11 a.m. At that time, you'll feel just how worthwhile this training was. Now, you all have a rest on the spot and recover essence energy." Kill. Earth-shaking war, cries suddenly sounded. Tens of thousands of martial artists poured out from Crimson Light City's northern gate. However, the fierce Gale World Great Army was not as disorderly as imagined. They actually carried out defense in an orderly manner. Not good. We've fallen into the fierce Gale World Great Army's encirclement. They've long been prepared. We're screwed now. F. Astros Sikami. Isn't this delivering the sheep to the tiger's maws? We were all tricked by that brat. Under Yi Yuan's order, the martial artists in Crimson Light City all thought that they could catch the fierce Gale World Great Army unprepared. Who could have thought that the fierce Gale World Great Army seemed to have been long prepared and surrounded these tens of thousands of people very quickly? This sort of situation exceeded these martial artists' expectations too much. They all felt that they were duped by Yi Yuan, this brat, and started cursing one by one. Very soon, both sides' great army fought in close quarters. The fierce Gale World martial artists took the initiative very quickly. Their combat strength was very strong. Adding in the advantage in numbers, it made the endless world martial artists feel despair very quickly. In the Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng said with a loud laugh, "Lord Shangguan is brilliant and knew that they will surely break out of the encirclement these 2 days. With this, Crimson Light Cities, these cowards finally can't avoid our blades." Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly with Yi Yuan's intelligence, he absolutely would not resign himself to death in the city. Lord Yunrong will reach here latest by these 2 days. If they didn't break out, they wouldn't have the chance anymore. With our strength, as long as these people exit the city, it will be equivalent to being fish on the chopping board. All free for us to slice up. Yi Yuan, that brat, thinks himself to be smart. In the end, isn't he still Lord Shangguan's vanquished opponent? Deng Sheng said with a wave of delight. Ho, don't be happy so early. Yi Yuan's strength is very formidable. In our great army, probably only I can deal with him. The other martial artists will be left to you. Once Yi Yuan takes action, I'll intercept him. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, he's dead for sure. Shangguan Lingyun said. Shangguan Lingyun did not have plans to clash head-on with Yi Yuan. What he wanted to do was to delay the time and wait for Shangguan Yunrong to reach. Although inside the array formation, these endless world martial artists had already gone through high-intensity training, when truly facing the fierce Gale World martial artists, each of their hearts still pounded. After all, people were different from illusionary martial artists. Humans had their own thoughts and feelings and were totally different from training. Very soon, The fierce-scale world great army occupied the absolute initiative, cutting up the endless world martial artists into a disorderly mess. Ha ha, you fools! You actually walked into a trap. Just your bit of strength is only fit to be cowards. Go and die with your minds at ease. Wanna blame? Then blame that brat called Yi Yuan. It was him who pushed you guys into the fire pit. The fierce-scale world martial artists occupied the absolute initiative. Their strength was very formidable. Under the confusion, the endless world martial artists were in complete disarray very soon. However, the Grand Array's training still had some effect after all. Through 10 days of high-intensity training, these people already produced a feeling called fetters towards each other. No matter how ferocious the fierce-scale world martial artist attacks were, 3 people's small groups still maintained from start to end. Even elites like the Chu S, H, I plus trio were also helter-skelter in the beginning. But after experiencing the initial-most flurry, Chu S, H, I plus finally recovered to his senses. Old Zhu, old Qian, are you all dreaming? Did you guys forget how we trained in the Grand Array? Chu S, H, I plus roared. Old Chu, you shut your mouth for your father. What your father does, do I still need you to teach? Zhu Changji said, so much C, R, AP, kill. Qian C was concise and to the point. Chu S, H, I plus, the 3 of them, their performances in the Grand Array training were the most outstanding. This trio's strength was actually very terrifying already. When the 3 of them became serious, they discovered very quickly that the surrounding fierce-scale world martial artists became unable to withstand a single hit. Through 10 days of training, the 3 of them already did not need words to communicate at all. Even in the night, they could also feel their partner's intent through each other's aura. Kill. Chu S, H, I plus gave a roar and directly cleaved the 2 middle-stage Soul C experts by his side. All of a sudden, Chu S, H, I plus trio discovered that those originally incomparably powerful fierce-scale world martial artists became unbelievably fragile at this time. Chu S, H, I plus trio took the lead, charging over like cutting melons and cabbages along the way. And their actions also let the other teams produce a resonance. Just like this, Chu S, H, I plus trio was like sparks of fire, instantly lighting up the entire battlefield. Endless world side, every 3 people formed a small team. Their combat strength suddenly skyrocketed. Ha ha ha. Your father still thought how powerful you trash were. Turns out that you collapse at the first blow like so. Chu S, H, I plus laughed wildly. Zhu Changji chopped, a Soul C realm expert, and said liberatingly, F asterisk King H, EL. L, your father has been oppressed for so long and can finally kill to my heart's content. U B A S T A R DS killed how many of our companions? Today, I'm going to take revenge for them. Qian Si was silent without words, but his hands were not slow in the slightest, directly cleaving 2 Soul C realm martial artists. Brothers, kill. Mr. Yi said, all the way north. Don't turn back. We'll kill all the way over. Chu S, H, I plus mustered up essence energy, his voice resounding throughout the entire battlefield. The originally densely packed encirclement forcefully had a ma. S, sieve opening hewed out. Chapter 608, Floating Light Blood Shadow Array. Chapter 608, Floating Light Blood Shadow Array at this time. The inside of the fierce-scale World Central Army's main tent was shrouded by a ball of blood-red light. Shangguan Lingyun looked at the small flask suspending quietly. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Kill then, kill. The more freely you all kill, the faster my cultivation improves. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a crazed look. How was there any hint of the calm bearing previously? In the Central Army's main tent, array formations revolved around. Sieve amounts of sanguine aura were sucked over frenziedly by the grand array and poured into the small flask. In the grand array, Shangguan Lingyun greedily absorbed the sanguine chi spilling outside. His cultivation was increasing with speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha! This blood carnage demonic art is indeed formidable. Continue cultivating at this speed, at most 2 months, and I will be able to break through to the divine traversing realm. With this blood carnage demonic art, even ascending to the divine realm is close at hand. Shangguan Lingyun said with a wild laugh. Rumble! Shangguan Lingyun's aura skyrocketed abruptly and actually broke through the 8th level soul sea threshold directly under the colossal sanguine chi. Congratulations to Lord Shangguan for breaking through to the 8th level soul sea. At a corner of the main tent, Deng Sheng said with an envious look. Shangguan Lingyun opened both eyes and recovered to that sort of calm look before. It was just that a hint of blood-red color was at the recesses of his eyes, but it made him appear somewhat surly. How's the battle situation outside? Shangguan Lingyun inquired, but Deng Sheng said with an said, look, not very good. And what's wrong? Shangguan Lingyun said rather unhappily, the fierce Gale World Great Army's numbers were 10 times the number of martial artists in Crimson Light City. Logically speaking, the fighting should have already pretty much ended. But Deng Sheng told him that it was not very good. This naturally made Deng Sheng very displeased. Deng Sheng hurriedly said when he saw the situation, Lord Shangguan, please calm your anger. These Crimson Light City martial artists, I don't know why, but their combat strength suddenly soared greatly. Our great army simply can't gain any bit of advantage within a small radius. If not for our numbers being Civ, they would probably already have successfully broken out of the encirclement at this time. Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a while and said, seems like this is related to Yi Yuan. This fellow is really troublesome. This time, we must finish him off. Or else, there will be no end of trouble for the future. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Looking at the news given from there, Lord Yunrong can make it latest by today. Deng Sheng said. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, I'll go and tie down Yi Yuan. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, there will naturally be him to take care of Yi Yuan. Deng Sheng said in surprise, Lord Shangguan already broke through to 8th level soul sea. Could it be that you still can't deal with that, brat? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I cannot be certain. Yi Yuan's might virtually disregards the disparity of levels. I only broke through one minor boundary. To him, it's practically dispensable. Unless I can break through to the divine traversing realm, only then will there be sufficient assurance to kill him. Deng Sheng was taken aback with shock. A minor realm in the Soul Sea realm, but the disparity was still huge. The difficulty of leaping realms to battle was very great. Shangguan Lingyun broke through to the 8th level Soul Sea, and actually even said that he did not have certainty in being able to deal with Yi Yuan. Rumble! The two people were just speaking when a powerful attack arrived with a howl. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed. Waving his hand, a blow struck back too. 2 powerful attacks collided, instantly shredding the Central Army's main tent into ribbons. The sanguine light in the big tent could no longer be hidden and was exposed. But Shangguan Lingyun had long vacated all the nearby personnel. The fierce Gale World Great Army was currently obstructing and intercepting the Crimson Light City martial artists right now. There would not be anybody paying attention to hear either. A figure stood in the air. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Seeing that blood-colored grand array, Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together. You all launched this war, and would Ma.'s sacre all the residents of the city every time you reached a city. Turns out that it's actually for the sake of this floating light blood shadow array. Yi Yuan's words exuded thick killing intent in them. This floating light blood shadow array was a very wicked grand array. It was an array formation specially for the sake of collecting and refining sanguine qi. And to absorb sanguine qi, it must be accompanied by A-B-L-O-O-D-Y-Ma-'s sacre. Yi Yuan did not expect that the fierce Gale world launching the war was actually for the sake of collecting sanguine qi. What on earth were they trying to do? Being unmasked by Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun did not have the slightest hint of panic, and said with a smile, "Never thought that you actually even know about floating light blood shadow array. You truly surprised me." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you were making use of these sanguine qi to cultivate earlier. I was still thinking about how can you possibly break through a major boundary within a year. So it's this reason. Really didn't expect that a genius like you will also actually abandon yourself to vice." Shangguan Lingyun had just broken through not long ago. The sanguine qi on his body had yet to dissipate completely. Yi Yuan saw through that he was utilizing the sanguine qi to cultivate with one glance. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh and said, "Genius? You using this term to evaluate others, why does it sound very sarcastic even when listening to it? In front of you, who dares to claim to be a genius? Ever since you wasted Zhao Cheng'an, I knew that you were a great mountain that I have no way of sing in this life." Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer, "So you wallowed in degeneration and cultivated this sort of demonic path cultivation method? Do you know that even though demonic path cultivation methods advance quickly, likewise, the hidden dangers are also very great? So what? As long as I can defeat you and Zhao Cheng'an, however much I have to pay, I'm willing to do so." Shangguan Lingyun said coldly. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said helplessly, "Looks like you're already hopeless. You guys actually did not scruple in launching a realm war in order to collect this sanguine qi and let your own people come to the endless world to send themselves to death. Just what is it for?" Shangguan Lingyun suddenly said with an evil smile, "If you want to know, you can go and ask the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, personally." Yi Yuan stared at Shangguan Lingyun for a long time before saying, "Looks like you're just a dog under Zhao Tianyin too. You don't know anything at all. Rest, sure, I'll go and ask him personally." Shangguan Lingyun's air became cold as he said in a deep voice, "You're courting death." As he spoke, Shangguan Lingyun hurled a punch towards Yi Yuan. This punch carried extremely intense sanguine qi. Forget about ordinary martial artists receiving this punch. Just this sanguine qi was also plenty more than they could bear. But Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon in the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. That was an extreme young and indomitable tyrannical bloodline under this sky. It restrained this sanguine qi the most. Although this attack was powerful, it did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. A flame movement carnage rushed over, directly dissipating this fist intent. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly returning a punch, except that this punch was not targeting Shangguan Lingyun. It targeted that floating light blood shadow array. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Shangguan Lingyun did not have the intention of saving the array formation. he let Yi Yuan's flame movement, true dragon carnage, rumble over at his discretion. Yet at this time, that gray-black small flash suddenly surged with a blood-colored glow. A blood dragon flew out of the small flask's opening and directly devoured Yi Yuan's flame movement, true dragon carnage. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression darkened. Chapter 609, Dawn. Chapter 609, Dawn. It's useless. Once the floating light blood shadow array activates, it's impossible to stop without absorbing enough sanguine qi. With your strength, you simply can't crack this array formation, Shangguan Lingyun said. Looks like this floating light blood shadow array wasn't set up by you, but it is an array formation built into this small flask, Yi Yuan suddenly said. You're too clever. Clever people tend to not live for long. It was the same as Shangguan Lingyun tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's statement. My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. It naturally is even less up to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Arrogant. Heavenly Tao is the greatest. Even if you can reach deity realm, you're also unable to surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Martial artists held heavenly Tao in the greatest reverence. In front of heavenly Tao, no matter how formidable the martial artist, they were also just ants. Even if Shangguan Lingyun were any more arrogant, he would not dare to comment recklessly about heavenly Tao either. But Yi Yuan was someone who had already died once. He felt that this heavenly Tao was unjust. If there were a chance in this lifetime, he would definitely surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was not angry. He said with a smile, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan?" Shangguan Lingyun's face darkened. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Even though he kept repeatedly saying that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that he really resigned himself to fate. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated this blood carnage demonic art either. Yi Yuan's appearance brought a tremendous impact on his life. All along, Shangguan Lingyun felt that he was the most talented. Even with Zhao Chungan, Shangguan Lingyun could gain a slight edge over him too. But Yi Yuan's appearance thoroughly shattered his understanding. Back then, Yi Yuan beat Zhao Chungan to such an extent with just a crystal formation realm cultivation. The impact that it brought to Shangguan Lingyun was seriously too intense. For a very long time after, Shangguan Lingyun lived in Yi Yuan's shadow, unable to extricate himself, all the way until Zhao Tianyin appeared in front of him. Hence, there was this scene today. In front of Yi Yuan, he was indeed only just an insignificant swallow. Ignoring Yi Yuan's previous life silent. 1. Yi Yuan's talent in this life had absolutely reached the divine realm's pinnacle standards, while Shangguan Lingyun was merely just a lower realm's top genius. That was all. Even if he was stronger, he was still just a tiny little swallow in front of Yi Yuan. Then I'll take a look and see if you, this swan, are really that powerful. Shangguan Lingyun gritted his teeth and said, Xiaoyang demonic palm. Shangguan Lingyun cried out. A large blood-red handprint smacked over towards Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's dragon blood had restraining effects towards this sort of demonic art, Shangguan Lingyun was a major boundary higher than him after all. For Yi Yuan to want to win with ease, it was naturally something impossible. The power of this large handprint was incredible, and it carried thick sanguine qi. It was very ferocious. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly. Flame movement carnage instantly came out, directly dissipating that large handprint. Go to H-E-L-L. Shangguan Lingyun threw palm after palm. Class. H-I, plussing 100 moves with Yi Yuan instantly. Both parties actually came out evenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was dazed watching it. Only now did he know just how powerful Yi Yuan was. battling Shangguan Lingyun with strength a major boundary lower and not be at a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Such combat strength was too outrageous. Looking from both parties' battle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a sea transformation realm martial artist at all. He actually resembled a soul sea realm expert. Instead, Yi Yuan's moves were so daunting, but a situation where his essence energy dried up actually did not arise at all for him. This was simply something beyond comprehension. How could a sea transformation realm expert's essence energy possibly support such powerful martial techniques? Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. With a drawn-out fight, Yi Yuan planned on taking the initiative to gain the upper hand, and was the first to use a certain kill technique. Different from the probing the last time, this time Yi Yuan brought out true capabilities. He upgraded the dragon wave's amplitude to peak Earth rank level. This was already the limit that Yi Yuan could accomplish with this flame movement true dragon carnage technique. This move merged together with the scorching true intent and the power of dragon wave. Its might was even stronger than the myriad rain sword blades. Blood Moon Wheel. Shangguan Lingyun was not careless at all either, returning Yi Yuan's attack with his move. This move was identical on the surface as the previous time when both parties were feeling out. What was different was just that the pure white full moon became blood red in color. But this was clearly just the difference on the surface. The power of Blood Moon Wheel was much more powerful compared to Full Moon Slash. Shangguan Lingyun was worthy of being a genius martial artist. He integrated the sanguine power into his own martial technique, causing his own martial technique to become even more powerful. Rumble. The fire dragon and blood moon collided together intensely, causing an immense quake. Poor work. These two people attacked too suddenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was directly shocked, flying out by the attacks, this time completely unprepared. He directly spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. The two people's battle was daunting to the max. Deng Sheng was a 9th-level soul sea expert. In cultivation realm, he was even higher than Shangguan Lingyun. He actually could not even withstand the aftershocks of their battle. If this were a frontal battle, he would have already died until not even dregs were left long ago. After one attack, Yi Yuan and Shangguan Lingyun were each blasted flying out. This attack was actually neck and neck. Shangguan Lingyun put his palm behind him, his expression livid, as he looked at Yi Yuan. The clash this time looked to be evenly matched, but actually, he still lost by half a move. This palm of Yi Yuan's was very bizarre. It actually carried extremely intense vibration, shocking until his palm tingled. Shangguan Lingyun had intense unwillingness in his heart. He had already gotten such great improvement, and he was actually still not Yi Yuan's match. Could it be that there was no way of Serpa S-ing this fellow? Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said, "Coolly, you're indeed very strong. You're even that tinge stronger than Zhao Chenggan. If you didn't walk an evil path, you would have a high chance of ascending to the divine realm. Repent, and salvation is at hand. You can still make it if you stop now. It's too late. Furthermore, I don't feel that there's anything wrong with me doing this. I don't need to you preach." Shangguan Lingyun said, with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Then there's no choice. Depraved heretics. Anybody has the right to punish them." As he said, Yi Yuan condensed essence energy and prepared to execute flame movement true dragon carnage once again. Chu S, H, I plus trio was at the forefront, akin to a sharp blade thrust into the fierce Gale world's great army, sweeping away all resistance along the way. Although the surrounding fierce Gale world martial artists were a lot, none could last one exchange at the hands of the three of them. Even though the others were not as strong as Chu S, H, I plus trio through the Azura Tripe are, Ing formations training. Their combat strength had a tremendous increase too. Unless they be, ped into martial artists whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs. Otherwise, they likewise smashed all resistance and advanced victoriously. Day was about to break. Over the course of hours of killing, Chu S, H, I, plus trio suddenly discovered that they could break out of the encirclement not far away ahead. This discovery made them unbelievably excited. They never would have thought that after that brat's training, their strength would actually be formidable to such an extent. Earlier, a 7th-level Soul C martial artist was fighting with them. One careless move, and he was actually cleaved apart. This was what he dare not think at all in the past. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. We're about to succeed in breaking out right away. Chu S, H, I, plus shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 610. One man guarding the Pa S.S. Chapter 610. One man guarding the Pa S. Pierce. After Chu S, H, I, plus stabbed a fierce-scale world martial artist in front of him, there was suddenly a stretch of brightness before his eyes. Chu S, H, I, plus knew that he finally charged out of the encirclement. At this instant, his heart was filled with a vicissitude of emotion. That instant when he was trapped in Crimson Light City, he thought about the Alliance sending a great army over to rescue, and also thought of being slaughtered by the Fierce-Gale world. But he did not even dare to think that he could rely on his own strength to carve out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path. But now he really did it, recalling that brat who was cussed countless times by him in the open and in secret, thick grat. Tude was reverberating in his heart at this time. But this was not over yet. He did not have that much time to go and be overwhelmed by emotions. That was the privilege of a victor. And now, they were still very far away from victory. He had the strength to kill outside, but it did not mean that the others had the strength to slaughter out too. The fighting along the way, it was still unknown how many companions died. If according to Chu S, H, I, plus S personality in the past, he would definitely run away without even turning his head back, according to what Yi Yuan said, all the way north, and absolutely do not turn back. But at this time, Chu S, H, I, plus turned his head back at the behest of supernatural powers and asked Zhu Changji and Qianxi, brothers still got strength from entering the Azura Tripe, Ing formation until now. It was but a short 10 days. Yeah, this 10 days time changed far too much. Although Chu S, H, I, plus Zhu Changji and Qianxi, the three people still bickered, their tacit understanding between each other did not even need eyes to communicate. Ha, elder brother, I haven't killed to my heart's fill yet. Zhu Changji snickered. Charge back, Qianxi said. Chu S, H, I, plus chortled with laughter and yelled out, brothers who charged out, let's kill back in. Brothers who are still alive, we must bring them out without missing one. Yes, let's kill back in. Indistinctly, Chu S, H, I, plus trio had already become these martial artists' leaders. To be able to come out from the Azura Tripe, Ing formation, these remaining groups were all not weak, and Chu S, H, I, plus trio was even the outstanding ones among these. Towards their three-people group, the others felt a greater sense of ident, tie and belongingness. Su, who was currently facing off against a 9th-level Soul C commander. Seeing this scene, he could not help being surprised inwardly. In his impression, these itinerant cultivators were all self-centered, stubborn, and unruly people. Today, they actually did something like that. It seriously made people surprised. Su, whose notion was not that much, One able to escape was one. Chu S.H.I. Plus trio had clearly already charged out and actually still thought about returning to save the others. Such behavior was too incomprehensible, but no matter what, Chu S.H.I. plus S actions still lessened the pressure on his shoulders considerably. Rumble, a flame movement, true dragon carnage of Yi Yuan's rumbled over. But Shangguan Lingyun did not receive the move at all. The materialized colossal red dragon chased after Shangguan Lingyun and finally exhausted its essence energy, Vanis, H.I. plussing into nothingness. Under the situation where both parties' strength were around the same, it was actually very hard to kill the other party. How could Yi Yuan not tell yet that Shangguan Lingyun was simply buying time? Why was he dragging the time? Yi Yuan did not need to guess at all. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was about to reach soon. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan immediately ceased attacking and looked at Shangguan Lingyun with narrowed eyes. Ho-ho, why did you stop? This move of yours is very bizarre. It actually carries a violent vibration. With my current strength, I actually can't quite withstand it. Shangguan Lingyun said, Stop acting. Wanna buy time, is it? Do you think that I'll give you the chance? Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if yes? Not giving me the chance. I admit that I'm not your match, but for you to want to kill me, it probably isn't something that easy as well, right? Yi Yuan did not speak. He fell silent. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan was pondering countermeasures. He folded his arms and looked at Yi Yuan quietly and was not in a rush either. Any scheme was too weak to stand in front of absolute strength. As long as he could drag until Shangguan Yunrong arrived, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. If the others ran, then they ran. They had no influence on the overall situation at all. But this time, Yi Yuan must die. This was Shangguan Lingyun's opinion. Yi Yuan's potential was too terrifying. No need to wait until the future. He already became a terrifying opponent for the fierce Gale world now. Originally, the endless world martial artists trapped in the city were already bound for death, who knew that Yi Yuan only came for 10 days and made these people's strength rise to a terrifying degree, forcefully carving out a B-L-O-O-D-Y road. Yi Yuan's own might was already sufficiently terrifying. What was even scarier was that he could make all the endless world martial artists become powerful. Like this, the fierce Gale world's advantage would become non-existent. Such an opponent, they had to eradicate him at all costs. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head slightly, his eyes emitting rays of brilliance. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan already. Hoo-hoo, thought of a countermeasure? It's useless. I just have to cope with S-H-I plus sting events by sticking to a fundamental policy. You can't run. Shangguan Lingyun said B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with confidence. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, Is that so? I'll come and take care of you again later. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and turned into a stream of light, charging into the battlefield. Myriad rain sword blades. In the battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, this attack struck too unexpectedly. Those fierce Gale world martial artists were caught off guard and immediately sustained heavy casualties. In a blink of an eye, corpses filled the land. Yi Yuan was not a bloodthirsty person, but at this stage, he could only stop the killing with killing. Shangguan Lingyun followed, closely behind. But seeing this scene, his expression did not even change. This is the countermeasure that you came up with? Want to use this move to force me to give in? Ho-hoo, you're overthinking it. What the floating light blood shadow array absorbs isn't just your endless world martial artist sanguine chi. It likewise absorbs our floating light blood shadow array martial artist sanguine Chi-Tu. The more you kill, the merrier the blood refining flask absorbs. Shangguan Lingyun said cold-bloodedly towards Shangguan Lingyun's words. It was as if Yi Yuan did not hear them. 1,000 flowing petals surged instantly and started to suffuse in the battlefield. The areas Yi Yuan Pa-S, said by those fierce-scale world martial artists, all collapsed weakly one by one. When Shangguan Lingyun saw this scene, he was still unmoved. He just kept following, not far away from Yi Yuan. Every place Yi Yuan went to, the Crimson Light City martial artists over their instantly obtained relief. This action of his was actually in order to let the other Crimson Light City martial artists break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Before long, Yi Yuan actually imped into the Chu-S, H-I plus trio who killed their way back. When Chu-S, H-I plus saw Yi Yuan, he could not help being elated. Mr. Yi, you finally took action. Fortunately, old Chu, I didn't fail you and already slaughtered a path out. At this time, I'm back to deal a back thrust. TCH, making it seem like you did it alone. Zhu Changji said disdainfully. When Yi Yuan heard Chu-S, H-I plus S words, he could not help being surprised too. His thinking was the same as Su Hu. He also thought that these people would flee for their lives selfishly. Who knew that such a big change actually happened to Chu-S? H-I plus trio, dealing an unexpected blow. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, almost there. You bring the others and leave. I'll cover your retreat. Chu-S, H-I plus was long aware of Yi Yuan's strength, so he did not worry at all. He nodded his head and very quickly brought the others to break away from the encirclement and depart for the north. Those fierce-scale world martial artists were still going to chase, but Yi Yuan descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. Those who cross this line shall be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 611, Divine Traversing Realm appears. Chapter 611, Divine Traversing Realm appears. Those martial artists were already crazed with killing. How could they care about Yi Yuan's warning? Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan punched out without hesitation, directly decimating a large throng. With this, those martial artists finally knew his power. They came to a standstill, one by one, looking at Yi Yuan fearfully. Do you think that by using this sort of method, you can let them escape alive? I'll hold him down. You all carry on chasing them. Kill off all of them, for me. Leave no one. Shangguan Lingyun issued the order. When those fierce-scale world martial artists heard Shangguan Lingyun's words, they were all stirring to take action. Yi Yuan said coolly, those who aren't afraid to die, feel free to chase. His voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone unwittingly shuddered, and they involuntarily stopped their footsteps. Shangguan Lingyun's expression darkened. He directly grabbed a martial artist and pinched him to death and said in a solemn voice, all didn't hear me? Chase after them for me. Could it be that you guys forgot the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's teachings? Upon mentioning the Wind Emperor, those martial artists were like injected with stimulants one after another and became abnormally excited. They actually forgot fear and really charged over. Rumble! Yi Yuan punched again, decimating a large swarm once more. Yet this time, his deterrence actually did not have any effect. Those martial artists still chased after crazily. But when those martial artists were chasing, they intentionally circled around Yi Yuan as if this person, did not exist. Shangguan Lingyun looked at Yi Yuan in delight and said, saw that? This is the fierce-scale world martial artist's might. Even if I let you kill, how many can you kill? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent was revealed towards Shangguan Lingyun. Shangguan Lingyun naturally perceived Yi Yuan's killing intent, but he was not bothered. Although he examined himself and felt that he was not Yi Yuan's match, for Yi Yuan to want to kill him, it was not something that easy. Ho-hu, want to kill me? Bring it on. Seeing Yi Yuan in an awkward position, Shangguan Lingyun was very satisfied in his heart too. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" Yi Yuan, I know that you're very formidable, but as long as I don't clash head-on with you, what basis do you have to kill me? Is that so? Then watch closely. Yi Yuan's starting stance was still the flame movement True Dragon Carnage. Shangguan Lingyun was already very familiar with this move. The flame movement True Dragon Carnage was indeed unbelievably powerful, but Shangguan Lingyun naturally would not be foolish enough to clash with Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan made his move, Shangguan Lingyun's movement technique was already swiftly displayed. All of a sudden, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed drastically because his movement technique had just activated, and that colossal red dragon was already right before his eyes. Shangguan Lingyun did not even see clearly how in the world Yi Yuan made his move. Instant cast martial technique. This thought just flashed past Shangguan Lingyun's mind, but he only had time to muster up all the essence energy in the body to guard his heart channels. Rumble! The Civ Red Dragon collided viciously onto Shangguan Lingyun's body. He took a flame movement True Dragon Carnage from Yi Yuan in all its glory. The power of the flame movement True Dragon Carnage did not need to be said. Even with Shangguan Lingyun's 8th level Soul Sea protective essence energy, it totally could not guard against this move as well. PHHSSD. Fresh blood sprayed wildly from Shangguan Lingyun's mouth. His entire person was flying out high up in the air. After those fierce-scale world martial artists who were currently chasing saw this scene, they all involuntarily came to a halt and was at a loss on what to do for a time. Their main commander was actually beaten to this state by Yi Yuan in one exchange. Lord Shangguan. At this time, Deng Sheng was the very first to react, directly flying up to catch Shangguan Lingyun. Lord Shangguan, are you all right? Deng Sheng hurriedly stuffed a medicinal pill into Shangguan Lingyun's mouth and revolved essence energy to help him refine the medicinal strength. Yi Yuan caught up at this time as well and did not prevent this scene with Deng Sheng. With the fierce-scale world's alchemy standards, how good a medicinal pill could be brought out. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Shangguan Lingyun. Everybody all held their breaths. Deng Sheng hurriedly stood in front of Yi Yuan, blocking his path, and said in a grave voice, "If you dare to kill Lord Shangguan, I'll fight it out with you." Fighting it out with me, you don't have this qualification. Yi Yuan continued walking forward as he spoke. Deng Sheng was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and fell back repeatedly. Even Shangguan Lingyun was not Yi Yuan's match. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? He did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move earlier at all. He only saw a red light flash, and Shangguan Lingyun was already struck by Yi Yuan. Instant cast martial technique. It was definitely an instant cast martial technique. This youth could actually get hold of an instant cast martial technique. It was simply impossible to guard against, except Deng Sheng could not figure out even if he scratched his scalp raw. How could such a powerful martial technique possibly achieve instant cast? The incomparably powerful Shangguan Lingyun in his eyes was actually finished off by Yi Yuan instantly. This move earlier, Yi Yuan finally employed the nameless essence energy in his body. Forget about Shangguan Lingyun not being prepared. Even if he had made ample preparations, it was also not possible to be Yi Yuan's match. After experiencing the addition of nameless essence energy, the power of the flame movement true dragon carnage was even greater. Adding an instant cast martial technique, Shangguan Lingyun's defeat was already an inevitable situation. Deng Sheng suddenly paused and halted his footsteps. Behind him was Shangguan Lingyun already. He could not retreat anymore already. Why Yi Yuan? You kill me then. I beg you, let Lord Shangguan off. Deng Sheng suddenly begged. Yi Yuan did not speak. His essence energy was already in the midst of being mustered frenziedly. Shangguan Lingyun had to die. He was this great army's spirit. As long as he died, this great army was nothing to be feared. Only this way could give those Crimson Light City martial artists sufficient time to escape. Hence, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to let Shangguan Lingyun off. Do not beg him. If you have the capabilities, then kill me. Poork. As Shangguan Lingyun spoke, another mouthful of blood spewed out again. Even though that blow earlier did not claim his life, his wounds were extremely heavily currently, and he was already not far from death as well. If not for Deng Sheng feeding him a medicinal pill earlier, he would not even be able to speak right now. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stalling for time. He knew that at present, time was pressing and already could not allow him to be indecisive. Looking at Shangguan Lingyun's actions, a divine traversing realm expert was definitely on the way already. There was simply no time for him to delay. And towards a person like Shangguan Lingyun, he would not be soft-hearted as well. Very soon, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak once more. Civ Red Dragon rumbled over towards Deng Sheng once more, baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. Deng Sheng clenched his jaws tightly and already planned on giving a last-ditch struggle. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. Sensing this pressure, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his figure moved back explosively. A light halo appeared. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was directly eradicated. Two figures appeared at Shangguan Lingyun's sides. One of them was dignified and elegant, of blee birth at one glance. But the other was rather boorish, quite like the Lan family clan style. These two people were shockingly both divine traversing realm experts. When Deng Sheng saw the arrivals, his face revealed wild elation. Lord Yunrong, Lord Lan Shun, you finally came. Chapter 612, Keep Cool and Work Things Out. Chapter 612, Keep Cool and Work Things Out. You bring Lingyun to treat his injuries. Leave this place to me, Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. Deng Sheng already held the determination of dying for sure earlier. Who knew that there would be a turnabout? Shangguan Yunrong actually made it at the last moment, saving his life. He looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, uncertain if he should be happy or mournful too. Happy was that Lord Yunrong made it, and Yi Yuan was certain to die. Mournful was that such a staggering genius martial artist was actually going to perish here. Such a pity. You're Yi Yuan? Shangguan Yunrong sized him up for a bit and asked, Aren't you talking rubbish here? Yi Yuan replied. Shangguan Yunrong did not mind and said smilingly, I'm called Shangguan Yunrong, Lingyun's clan uncle. The last time, I brushed past you at the Tranquil Cloud sect. This time, I finally met you. You're indeed the same as the story goes. You're definitely a peerless genius hard to come by in 10,000 years. Just peak C transformation realm, and you actually have the strength to kill Lingyun. Truly remarkable. Divine traversing realm experts might be paramount existences to other people, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Of course, Yi Yuan's current strength was clearly still a long way off from dealing with divine traversing realm experts. But mentally, he did not have any reverence. Hearing Shangguan Yunrong said so, Yi Yuan said coolly, "What the L does Shangguan Lingyun count as? Killing him. What's there worthy of being proud of? Hell, what a rampant boy. I heard that a few juniors from our Lan family all died at your hands?" Lan Shun suddenly said coldly. Yi Yuan's eyebrows went up when he heard that. No wonder this person was so alike those Lan family tribe people's style. Turns out that it was the Lan family tribe's old ancestor. So what if yes? Yi Yuan admitted it very scoundrelly. Today's matter was clearly unable to be resolved. Yi Yuan could only go through with it now, too. Yi Yuan could not retreat right now. The Crimson Light City martial artists had not gone far yet. If he fled by himself, those people would surely die without a burial ground. So he had to delay the time, now to strive for sufficient time for those people to flee. Lan Shun had always been a lofty and exalted divine, traversing realm expert. Anyone was reverent and respectful towards him. But this brat in front of him actually did not think much of him at all. This made him greatly enraged. Even though the Lan family tribe guarding the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was just a branch of their Lan clan, they were a member of his Lan clan no matter what. This boy killed his juniors and was even so arrogant in front of him. How could he endure it? Good. Since you admitted it, then let's settle this score properly today. This old man will strip down your bones, one by one later, and sacrifice them to those juniors of mine. Lan Shun said. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "There are plenty of people who want to strip down my bones. But body has yet to succeed. With just the likes of you, you want to strip down my bones too?" Shangguan Yunrong's brows furrowed slightly. He had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Yi Yuan was too composed, as if he did not place him and Lan Shun in his sights at all. Did he really have some reliance, or was he putting on an empty fort strategy to scare him? What a fine lad, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Yunrong, leave this brat to me. I'll leave him unable to beg to live, nor pray to die. Lan Shun said. Although this Lan Shun and Shangguan Yunrong were both divine traversing realm experts, between the two people, it was clear that Shangguan Yunrong was the leader. He wanted to touch Yunrong, but he needed to seek for Shangguan Yunrong's opinion. Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly and said, "Fine. I kept hearing that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but I have never seen with my own eyes before. Lan Shun, assess him and see just how formidable his strength is." Getting an affirmative reply, Lan Shun's face revealed a malicious smile, pressing on towards Yi Yuan step by step. The pressure belonging to a divine traversing realm was released without holding anything back. Cruce. Plus-ing the others until everyone could not catch their breath. Divine traversing realm was a pinnacle existence in the lower realms martial artists. Every divine traversing realm expert was incomparably exalted. In the eyes of divine traversing realm experts, martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm were existences like ants. Lan Shun knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. But no matter how strong, he was merely just a slightly larger ant as well. Boy, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Facing Lan Shun's domineering pressure, Yi Yuan appeared very indifferent. He suddenly took out a purple-colored talisman and said, "Coolly, whether I have to pay the price or not, I don't know, but if you take another step forward, the price paid will be turning into ashes." The instant Yunrong took out the purple talisman, Shangguan Yunrong's expression instantly changed drastically. His gaze was glued to the talisman in Yunrong's hands. A cold drought surged unceasingly, but Lan Shun was totally unaware and said with a cold smile, "I was wondering where your confidence came from to be C. Oh, CKY with me. So it's this lousy thing. You don't think that a lousy talisman is able to scare me, right?" "Lan Shun, stop. Don't move forward anymore," Shangguan Yinrong said solemnly. Yi Yuan sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Turns out that there is still somebody who recognizes the goods. Looks like don't need me to waste my saliva." Lan Shun's figure involuntarily froze, and he said in puzzlement, "Yinrong, just a lousy talisman. What's the fuss about?" Cold sweat already broke out on Shangguan Yinrong's forehead as he said somberly, "You shut your mouth for me." The purple talisman in his hand is called Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Once it's unleashed, it's equivalent to a peak divine traversing realm expert's all-out attack. Do you feel that you can survive under such an attack? This purple talisman in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman from the Vast Heaven Pack. Oh, duh. Even though using it to kill a first-level divine traversing was somewhat a waste of G. Oh, D's good gift. At this time right now, Yi Yuan could not be bothered too much. Peak divine traversing realms. All-out attack. With this, Lan Shun was dumbfounded too. That imposing momentum that disdained all under the heavens originally vanished without a trace. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. How was that thing in Yi Yuan's hand just some talismans? It was simply a time bomb. If by any chance he rushed over impulsively earlier, he would probably really have turned into ashes already at this moment. Looking at Lan Shun's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Weren't you very Oh, KY just now? Aren't you going to strip down all of my bones? Come on. I'm standing right now. Come and strip them." Lan Shun could not resist swallowing his saliva and was actually tongue-tied for a moment. He thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all earlier, but who knew that he actually had such a major killing tool in his hands? Peak Divine Traversing Realm and First Level Divine Traversing Realm were two entirely different concepts. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. No matter how powerful Lan Shun was, he could not possibly withstand the full power attack of a Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts too. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. Turns out that this was waiting here. Lan Shun could not refrain from taking a step back, but Yi Yuan noticed it and said with a cold smile, "Try taking another step back." Lan Shun choked up again, not knowing what should he do. His distance away from Yi Yuan right now was extremely awkward. It was right within Yi Yuan's attack range. He wished to back away, but how could Yi Yuan possibly give him this chance? "Be brat, you don't be impulsive. Keep cool and work things out," Lan Shun said dryly. Chapter 613, Detonate. Chapter 613, Detonate. Yi Yuan was tickled when he heard that and said smilingly, "Keep cool and work things out? Your tone, when speaking to me earlier, wasn't like this." Lan Shun had an awkward look as he said, That was me having eyes, but not recognizing Mount Tai. Brat, no, little brother Yi, I apologize." His back was already drenched in sweat, standing there and not daring to even move. Throughout his life until now, this was his first time feeling that he was so close to death. "Hoo, apologize? Do you feel that I'll accept your apology?" Yi Yuan smiled as he responded with a question. Then what do you want?" "What do I want? How you guys came, scram back for me. Otherwise, you all have to die today." Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, Yi Yuan raised the talisman in his hand up. Lan Shun's heart lifted along as well and almost leaped out. At this instant, his scalp nearly exploded. However, Yi Yuan spun around lightly. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman returned to its original place again. Drip. Lan Shan heaved a sigh in relief. Sweat ran down his cheeks and dripped down. By the side, Shangguan Yinrong did not speak all along. At this time, he suddenly voiced out, Yi Yuan, you don't need to pretend to be relaxed. Your void, escape, thunderous explosion talisman can only be used once, right? Yi Yuan was secretly startled, but his face was composed as he said, "Oh, you can come and give it a try. Void, escape, thunderous explosion talisman. I have a total of 3, plenty to kill the 2 of you." But Shangguan Yinrong shook his head and said, "The used once that I said wasn't this meaning. Unleash. I plus in the void, escape, thunderous explosion talisman with your current strength, you'll most likely be sapped completely of essence energy instantaneously. So you won't have the opportunity to unleash a second one at all. Even though it's my first time meeting you, I still more or less know a little about your way of handling things. With your character, if you can unleash the void, escape, thunderous explosion talisman many times, you would probably already have killed off Lan Shan without the slightest hesitation earlier. Tell me, is what I said right or wrong?" The more Shangguan Yinrong spoke, the more collected he became. He had clearly walked out of that panic-stricken emotion earlier already. Furthermore, one could discern from his tone that he was rather confident in his analysis. Yi Yuan did not think that this Shangguan Yinrong was actually so troublesome. He saw through that he was just making an empty show of strength so quickly. What Shangguan Yinrong said was totally right. When Long Tongue handed these void escape, thunderous explosion talismans to him, he also told Yi Yuan the method of application. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still somewhat lacking right now. He was simply unable to unleash the void escape, thunderous explosion talisman many times, which was also to say that the void escape, thunderous explosion talisman in his hands could only kill Lan Shan alone. And once he unleashed the void escape, thunderous explosion talisman, he only had waiting helplessly for the end, this one path to walk. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of using the void escape, thunderous explosion talisman to threaten the other party, then retreat leisurely. He did not expect that this Shangguan Yinrong was someone with a sharp mind. Wanting to smoke this through was not that easy. "Oh, is that so? Since you say so, then I'll come and give it a try." Yi Yuan turned towards Lan Shan and said, "Hey, that Lan Shan, or whatever, sorry about it. In order to verify whether his words are correct or not, I'll use you as an experiment first." As he said, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a brilliant splendor and was about to pour essence energy into the void escape, thunderous explosion talisman. Lan Shan had a myriad of profanities galloping across his mind right now, but he hastily yelled out, Don't. Little brother Yi, don't be rash. Plus I believe you. Everyone says that the older the person, the more cowardly they get. This was not false at all. For Lan Shan to be able to have today's accomplishments, he could be said to have gone through countless violent storms and waves. So he valued life the most as well. But how could he expect that he would fall at the hands of a junior today? The most hateful thing was that Shangguan Yinrong's words, openly and implied meaning, were baiting Yi Yuan to finish him off. This fellow simply had malicious intents. Even if what Shangguan Yinrong said was true, what right did he have to make him be the scapegoat? Shangguan Yinrong, what the meaning of this? Lan Shan simmered with anger. Shangguan Yinrong said coolly, His Majesty had warned us about this Yi Yuan. As long as we come across him, we are to capture and execute him right away. You saw it too, how great Yi Yuan's potential is. Wait until he advances to the Soul Sea realm. Even you and I might not be his match too. For the sake of His Majesty's grand plan, you sacrifice a bit. Pooh, talk is cheap. Why aren't you the one sacrificing? If you have the capabilities, we swap positions. You go and sacrifice. I'll complete His Majesty's grand plan. Lan Shun snarled. Shangguan Yinrong did not bother with Lan Shun. He said to Yi Yuan, "You don't need to sow discord here. Today, I won't let you leave no matter what. Your growth is too rapid. It's already threatening His Majesty's plan. Hence, you must die today." Yi Yuan did not think that Shangguan Yinrong was so resolute, wanting to kill him by not stinting to sacrifice Lan Shun as well. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though he was very fretful in his heart, Yi Yuan's face was still showing a smile, as if he thought nothing of it in the slightest. He smiled and said to Lan Shun, "Oh, looks like your companion doesn't care about life or death at all. All right then, since that's the case, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. But when you're dead, don't blame me. Want to blame? Blame your companion for being heartless and cold-blooded." The talisman in Yi Yuan's hand radiated even more brilliantly. Lan Shun was sweating profusely as he cursed, "Shangguan Yinrong, I**CK your grandma. You'll die a horrible death. May you be the last in your family line. Little brother, Yi, you mustn't be rash." Plus, toward Lan Shun's cursing, Shangguan Yinrong was unmoved. With a whiz, Shangguan Yinrong gathered a titanic quant, one tie of heaven and earth essence energy. He was actually going to unleash an attack against Yi Yuan to force Yi Yuan to submit. Divine traversing realm experts' control over heaven and earth essence energy already reached a very exaggerated level. Shangguan Yinrong deliberately pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan. At this distance, although Yi Yuan's void escape, thunderous explosion talisman could hit him, it definitely would not be fatal. Conversely, it was likewise the same. But the attack of a divine traversing realm expert, how could Yi Yuan dare to really withstand head-on? Therefore, Yi Yuan's only option was to use the void escape thunderous explosion talisman to kill Lan Shun. This Shangguan Yinrong, what ruthless means. In order to kill him, he did not scruple to use the life of another divine traversing realm expert as the price. Proud Snow Silverfrost Finger. Shangguan Yinrong gave a light cry. An extremely tyrannical finger light tore through the air and arrived. Shangguan Yinrong, I**CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Arg, your father will risk it. Dark wind, divine palm. This Lan Shun was also someone decisive in killing and knew that at this time it was no longer up to him. Even though he cursed Shangguan Yinrong verbally, this palm was not targeted at him, but was unleashed towards Yi Yuan. At this time, he could only bet that the void escape thunderous explosion in Yi Yuan's hand was a gray market product and was totally useless. Two mighty divine traversing realm experts unleashed moves at Yi Yuan at the same time. The commotion caused was truly earth-shaking. A colossal pressure engulfed the entire battlefield, Cruz, plussing the other martial artists until they could not breathe. At this sort of stage, Yi Yuan no longer had any hopes of leaving things to chance. He poured all the essence energy in his body into the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. The purple talisman instantly bloomed with a dazzling light. Several streaks of purple thunderbolts appeared from the void, wantonly bombarding at Lan Shun. Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse. Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse. Purple electric snakes danced wildly in the air. A colossal energy pressure crushed everyone until they could not breathe, including Yi Yuan himself. The power of this void escape thunderous explosion talisman seriously somewhat exceeded his expectations. Lan Shun only struggled for a bit, slightly, and was engulfed by the frenzied electric snakes. The attacks of the two divine traversing realm experts were annihilated like this by the electric snakes. It did not even stir up a wave. The corners of Shangguan Yunrong's mouth involuntarily twitched a little. Clearly, he was intimidated by the scene before his eyes, too. If he had swapped places with Lan Shun earlier, then the one being electrocuted to charcoal right now would be him. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman was indeed well deserving of its reputation. Right at this time, the Crimson Light Great Army that already escaped very far away was startled right now as well. And this. What's going on? What a powerful undulation. Chu S, H, I, plus, S expression changed as he said. Chu S, H, I, plus, and the others exchanged glances and guessed the answer very quickly. Such a powerful undulation. It definitely was not done by a Soul Sea Realm experts. Then it could only be Divine Traversing Realm. Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse. A Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse definitely arrived. And Mr. Yi, Zhu Changji, somewhat choked up even when speaking. Lu Hong, the four people similarly exchanged glances. They all saw thick worry from the other party's eyes. City Lord Su, you bring the others away. The four of us will go back and have a look at the situation. Qin Yen said solemnly, No way. Want to go back? It should be me too. The strength of the few of you is still weak. Facing divine traversing realm experts, you simply don't have the power to resist. I'm at any rate a peak 9th level Soul Sea. I more or less still have some chance to escape alive. I'll return. Suhu directly refused. We don't care about other people. The three of us must go back. Mr. Ye's grace towards us is tantamount to giving us a new lease on life. Even if we die, we have to return too. Zhu Changji said resolutely. I'm going back too. I'm returning as well. For a time, the Crimson Light Great Army's upper echelons were locked in a fierce dispute, all fighting to go back. All right, stop arguing. Ding Qi, you bring the others and continue heading north towards Fair Sun City to deliver the news. Tell them that the Fierce Gale World's divine, traversing realm experts have already joined the war. Let the Alliance make preparations early. City Lord, for Sirs, since everybody is concerned with Mr. Ye's safety, then how about we go back together? At this time, Chu S, H, I, plus was steady and composed, and he actually had a demeanor of a commander-in-chief, simply like two different person from that sort of ruffian manner previously. Even though Suhu's strength was the greatest among these people, but faintly, Chu S, H, I, plus actually became the person whose words had the heaviest weight. Fine. Since that's the case, then let's go back together. Suhu nodded and said. Qin Yen nodded his head too, expressing agreement. This Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, I've only heard of its name as well. I didn't expect that its power is actually so terrifying. Truly didn't think that you actually still had such a major killing tool. It's also fortunate that two people came together this time. Otherwise, we'd really be powerless against you. Shangguan Yunran looked at Yi Yuan and said, coolly. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Yuan was sapped dry of essence energy by the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. At this time, he became incomparably weak. In Shangguan Yunrong's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter. A martial artist without essence energy, what actions could he still take? He could tell that Yi Yuan was recovering essence energy on the sly. Furthermore, the speed was very swift, but he was not in a hurry at all. Even if Yi Yuan's recovering speed was any faster, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state within a short time. During this process, he had plenty of time to kill Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the Void Escape thunderous explosion talisman again. So what if you let him fully recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong was a third-level divine traversing realm super expert. Even if Yi Yuan recovered essence energy, how could he possibly be his match? Do you think that you can do anything to me now? Yi Yuan panted and said. It was just that these words, in Shangguan Yunrong's view, were entirely a dead duck having a stubborn mouth. Martial artists in battle, the greatest taboo was fully expending all of their essence energy. That way, he would not have any capital to protect himself anymore. Without the support of essence energy, no matter how powerful the martial technique, it was no use to. Ho-ho, stop doing futile things. Do you think that I'll give you the chance to recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly unleashed a palm as he was speaking. This palm was very casual, but it did not have the intention of putting Yi Yuan to death. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying out, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The essence energy that he had just said was directly dissipated by this palm. Shangguan Yunrong came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Do you know how cats catching mice are done? After they catch the mouse, they will set the mouse free, then catch again, and release again, repeating like this over and over again, all the way until the mouse is completely drained of energy. I know that you're unresigned, but right now, you're just a mouse that's being toyed with by me." As he said, Shangguan Yunrong unleashed another palm, sending Yi Yuan flying out. Yi Yuan stood up, wiped away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shangguan Yunrong as he said with a miserable smile, "Looks like your Shangguan family are all a bunch of psychos. Do you feel that you, a dignified divine traversing realm expert, having your life threatened by me, a C Transformation Realm Junior, is very humiliating? So you want to find a mental equilibrium like this right now?" Shangguan Yunrong's expression froze. Flinging his hand, it was another palm strike. He had his thoughts laid bare by Yi Yuan and could not help becoming enraged from embarrass. Meant, just as Yi Yuan predicted, he was indeed very furious earlier. That feeling of his life being held in the hands of others made him very displeased. Even though he maintained quite a distance away from Yi Yuan just now, if Yi Yuan really threw the Void Escape thunderous explosion talisman at him, he did not dare say that he could withdraw unscathed either. The power of the Void Escape thunderous explosion talisman was too strong. Lan Shun did not even leave behind bone ashes under the Void Escape thunderous explosion talisman. If not for Yi Yuan doing it for the sake of ensuring that he could kill a divine traversing realm expert, Shangguan Yunrong's most optimistic state right now would also be the outcome of severe injuries. Hence, when Yi Yuan exhausted his essence energy, he was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan, but wanted to give vent to the resentment in his heart for a bit. So what if yes, you already can't use the Void Escape thunderous explosion talisman now? I just want to mess with you to death. What can you do to me? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly became savage. As Shangguan Yunrong was talking, his palm struck again. He did not mind going through the trouble to play this game. Bang! Yi Yuan was sent flying once more, his entire body covered in blood, looking very miserable. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, Shangguan Yunrong was very delighted in his heart. Do you feel that you're a genius? You feel that body in this world is your match? Don't you know that killing a genius is something with a great sense of accomplishment? Ha ha ha. Beg me to let you off. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will really spare you from death. Shangguan Yunrong said in a crazed state. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong lifted his hand, and it was another palm strike. Yet right at this time, he suddenly saw Yi Yuan smiling at him. That smile seemed to be mocking his ignorance and woe. Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger came with a surge. Chapter 6:15. Take it easy, it's just starting. Chapter 6:15. Take it easy, it's just starting. Coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry, sweeping over towards Shangguan Yunrong with a colossal azure dragon. The huge dragon's roar reverberated throughout the skies and collided onto Shangguan Yunrong with a loud crash. This change was too sudden. Shangguan Yunrong was caught off guard and took a solid hit. Everyone shockingly discovered that the azure dragon actually broke apart the protective essence energy on Shangguan Yunrong and attacked his main body. Pork! Shangguan Yunrong was actually beaten until he vomited blood by this blow of Yi Yuan's. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually just happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Even Shangguan Yunrong did not react to it. Yi Yuan appeared to be weak all along for the sake of this attack. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm was Yi Yuan's current true killing move. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan simply had no chance to use this move. Even if he used it, it was also not possible to cause the slightest bit of harm to Shangguan Yunrong. But it did not mean that this move could not harm divine traversing realm experts. Yi Yuan's talent with the cultivation of Dragon Wave, likewise, had reached a very monstrous degree. Not long ago, he already broke through Earth rank and advanced into Heaven rank boundary, executing Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm with Heaven rank boundary. This blow of Yi Yuan's was already not much weaker compared to that final palm of Long Tongue's back then. This degree of attack, even if it could not kill a divine traversing realm expert, making them sustain injuries, was still achievable. Just when everyone all thought that Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of counterattacking at all, it was the moment for Yi Yuan's all-out blow. Hence, Yi Yuan succeeded. However, this was not over. Just as everyone was staring wide-eyed, and their mouths agape, Yi Yuan erupted abruptly, speeding towards the Shangguan Yunrong, who was still in the air. Yi Yuan sprinted all the way crazily, but his aura was in the midst of rising frenziedly. The Shangguan Yunrong, who lost balance in the air, had yet to understand what was happening when a sense of immense danger attacked once again. The sense of danger this time was even much stronger compared to the last time. Rumble! Just as Yi Yuan's aura was soaring madly, the clouds and winds in the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear blue skies for thousands of miles up to the ninth heaven actually became covered with dense, dark clouds. The sky instantly dimmed. This series of changes were too quick and also too sudden. Everybody failed to react to it, including Shangguan Yunrong. By the time they all reacted to it, a series of rolling thunder already resounded in the skies. Lightning flashed faintly in the clouds. That apocalyptic-like pressure made everyone unable to breathe. This scene made all the people startled inwardly. Yi Yuan was going to transcend the tribulation. Divine soul entering the sea was an action which defied the heavens. One would be subjected to the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Cross it, and endless blue skies where birds could fly freely fail to cross, and one would perish. Their Tao would vanish without anybody caring. A.S. Salting Soul Sea needed to expend 10 years, even decades of time to prepare for other people. However, Yi Yuan did not need to. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful. It had long already reached the boundary of quasi-alchemy king perfection. Communicating with the essence energy sea with his current divine soul boundary was just something that flowed naturally when a channel was formed. Moreover, Yi Yuan experienced breaking through to soul sea in his previous life and was way too familiar with this process. Divine soul entering the sea. This process needed a very long period of adaptation to others. During the process of breaking through, one would even need to undergo failure many times. But this process, Yi Yuan already completed it during the process of sprinting earlier. Hence, that was why the heavenly tribulation arrived so quickly, catching everyone unprepared. And what Yi Yuan needed was precisely everybody to be caught by surprise. Just now, when Yi Yuan was erupting, he already stuffed a large amount of essence energy recovery medicinal pills into his mouth. At present, his essence energy was also in the midst of rapid recovery. After refining the dragon blood, Yi Yuan's physique was already extremely daunting. Even though he did not have the support of essence energy, his explosive power was still extremely powerful. Just a matter of a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already approached Shangguan Yunrong. Das. I, plussing behind him with a large stride, Yi Yuan reverse-latched onto him tightly. Shangguan Yunrong was frightened immensely by this and struggled desperately. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Quickly let me go. Even though Shangguan Yunrong was a divine traversing realm expert, in terms of fleshy body strength, he was way inferior to Yi Yuan. In his panic, Shangguan Yunrong desperately wanted to use essence energy to shake Yi Yuan away. But Yi Yuan's two arms buckled him down like iron hoops. Even if he was shocked until his entire body was covered in wounds, Yi Yuan did not plan on easing up a little either. As repayment for your game of cat and mouse earlier, cross this heavenly tribulation together with me. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, Arg, let me go. I'll kill you. Shangguan Yunrong roared. At this time, Shangguan Yunrong finally came to his senses. Civ essence energy gathered onto his palm very quickly, and he was going to press on Yi Yuan's body with a backhand. However, right then, a huge lightning bolt fell straight to the mortal world from above the heavens, slamming heavily onto the two persons' bodies. Rumble! The essence energy, which Shangguan Yunrong had just coalesced, was directly dissipated by this lightning, only to see him with disheveled hair. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? Sustaining this blow, the aura on Shangguan Yunrong's entire person waned considerably. The power of heavenly tribulation, even if he was a divine traversing realm expert, it was not that nice to endure either. In contrast, when this bolt of lightning smote onto Yi Yuan's body, he was perfectly fine. It looked like his aura even strengthened a little. However, Yi Yuan's two arms still latched onto Shangguan Yunrong tightly, not giving him any opportunity to escape. Following the first bolt of lightning falling, the bolts of lightning in the air were like falling rain. Plussing down onto the place where Yi Yuan and Shangguan Yunrong were at. For a time, rock fragments scattered all around. One could not see the two people's figures in the outside world at all. Arg! Yi Yuan! You'll die a horrible death. Let go! Quickly let me go! Shangguan Yunrong roared with all his might. However, Yi Yuan ignored him completely. He just hugged Shangguan Yunrong tightly, letting the heavenly tribulation slam onto the two of their bodies. This degree of heavenly tribulation did not matter to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon, and the strength of his fleshy body was very fearsome. Not only did this degree of heavenly tribulation not have the slightest effect on him, it even let his fleshy body obtain tempering, becoming even stronger. Furthermore, under the catalyzation caused by the heavenly tribulation, the large pile of medicinal pills that he consumed previously were currently being refined slowly. His aura recovered to the peak state very quickly. On the other hand, Shangguan Yunrong, he did not have Yi Yuan's freakish fleshy body. Furthermore, he did not have sufficient preparations to deal with heavenly tribulation at all in the first place in his panic. under a bout of wanton bombarding. The aura on his body became increasingly withered. Before long, there was finally no more lightning falling in the sky. The others could finally see clearly the situation of the two people inside. Even though Yi Yuan's body looked very tragic, his aura had actually already recovered to the peak state, while the high and mighty Shangguan Yunrong had a head of disheveled hair at this time, looking very savage. Most importantly, he was actually forcefully cut down a minor boundary by the heavenly tribulation. Take it easy, it's just starting. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the clouds in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It seemed to be preparing an even stronger heavenly tribulation. Chapter 6:16. Forcefully withstanding heavenly tribulation. Chapter 6:16. Forcefully withstanding heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a lightning bolt, even thicker than before, struck the bodies of the two. Arg! Shangguan Yunrong cried out miserably. Heavenly tribulation was the thing martial artists feared the most. After entering the Soul Sea realm, they had the possibility of Paris. Plussing under heavenly tribulation at any one breakthrough. Yi Yuan, you madman! You're only just breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. Why is the power of the heavenly tribulation so strong? Shangguan Yunrong howled. It was also that divine traversing realm experts were too powerful. Swapping any other Soul Sea realm martial artist to cross the heavenly tribulation together with Yi Yuan, they would probably have long been smitten to ashes at this time already. Changing another point of view to look at it, if not for the power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation being too strong, Shangguan Yunrong would also have killed Yi Yuan long ago. How could he give him the chance to transcend the tribulation? The power of heavenly tribulation was normally set according to the martial artist's strength. Before this, Yi Yuan had virtually already reached the limits that Sea Transformation Realm could attain. The power of his heavenly tribulation right now was already powerful to a degree where even Shangguan Yunrong, this divine traversing realm expert, was fearful of. It was just that no matter how he struggled, Yi Yuan just hugged him and did not loosen up. Shangguan Yunrong suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation endlessly and did not have the time to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Dense lightning tribulation rumbled down unceasingly, blasting fragments of rock flying all around. The second wave of heavenly tribulation came down. Yi Yuan still withstood it with great ease, same as before, while Shangguan Yunrong was blasted a minor boundary down once more. Bang! Yi Yuan suddenly let go of Shangguan Yunrong and kicked him out abruptly. This kick, Shangguan Yunrong was likewise caught by surprise and directly face-planted from Yi Yuan's kick. But with this, it also kicked Shangguan Yunrong out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Following that, Yi Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the expression on his face becoming solemn. The power of this heavenly tribulation seriously exceeded his imaginations somewhat, although for the first two waves, he cleared it with ease. The power was way stronger compared to when he crossed the heavenly tribulation in his previous life. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation to exhaust Shangguan Yunrong to death, who knew that the power of this heavenly tribulation was actually so formidable. Rumble! The clouds in the sky became thick once more. Without any doubt, the next wave of heavenly tribulation would be even fiercer. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan in the center of the storm. They were all hoping for Yi Yuan to fail to transcend the tribulation and be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. But their eyes revealed thick alarm and terror because they had never seen such a berserk heavenly tribulation before. Ha ha! Indeed, well deserving of being an unequaled genius. even your method of transcending the tribulation is different from others. Looking at this sort of situation, you'll have to cross at least 4 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, right? Even if you can endure past 3 heavenly tribulations, I want to see just how you transcend 4 heavenly tribulations. Shangguan Yunrong bore out of the mud with a filthy face, but at this time he could not be bothered with his face anymore. He was laughing at Yi Yuan as he gloated over his misfortune. This fellow simply deserved death, to actually use him to block the heavenly tribulation, and actually let the heavenly tribulation forcefully smite him down 2 minor cultivation realms. This was simply a sort of disgrace to Shangguan Yunrong. Hence, he hoped for Yi Yuan to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation right now more than anybody. Of course, these words still carried thick jealousy. Heavenly tribulation was divided into a total of 9 levels. Every time they crossed a level of heavenly tribulation, the martial artist's strength would strengthen a portion. Although tremendous risks existed with transcending tribulations, it also contained huge lucky chances. Heavenly tribulations were products of heavenly Tao. It by itself carried many heavenly Tao fragments. Even though most of these heavenly Tao fragments would dissipate, there would still be a considerable portion remaining in the martial artist's body. And these heavenly Tao fragments could aid martial artists to comprehend concepts even faster. The more levels of heavenly tribulations crossed, the more heavenly Tao fragments obtained. The benefits obtained by the martial artist was naturally greater too. For ordinary martial artists transcending tribulations, at most, it was crossing 2 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. When Shangguan Yunrong crossed the heavenly tribulation back then, he only crossed 3 heavenly tribulations and already obtained immense benefits. But looking at Yi Yuan's current momentum, he had to cross 4 heavenly tribulations at the very least. It might even be 5 heavenly tribulations. Then once Yi Yuan successfully transcended the tribulation, his strength would surely have a huge advancement. This was not a situation that Shangguan Yunrong wished to see. In his view, it was best for Yi Yuan to be smitten to death by the lightning tribulation. According to the magnitude of this heavenly tribulation right now, it was also not without the possibility. Every round of heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 by 9, 81 lightning tribulations in each heavenly tribulation. There would not be intervals between this. The martial artist must endure through all of it before they could enter the next round. And how many rounds of heavenly tribulation every martial artist had, only the heaven itself knew this. Of course, the vast majority of the people were all below 3 levels of heavenly tribulations. Swuz, H, plus bang. Finally, the 3rd heavenly tribulation was starting. Yi Yuan still sat with his legs crossed, as if he did not have the intention of resisting the heavenly tribulation. The violent lightning directly blasted onto his body, but Yi Yuan was unscathed, and on his body there was actually still traces of current revolving around. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed greatly. You, this fellow, are actually using heavenly tribulation to temper your fleshy body. You're simply a madman. Shangguan Yunrong finally witnessed what was called freakish today. When he was reverse latched down by Yi Yuan, he did not notice what Yi Yuan was doing at all. Only when looking at Yi Yuan transcending the tribulations from outside the heavenly tribulation did he know what Yi Yuan was doing. Other people transcending tribulations, which one of them was not trembling with fear as if treading on thin ice. Yi Yuan had the nerve to actually make use of the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body instead. A martial artist's fleshy body was the weakest link. Generally, all could not keep up with their cultivation realms. Although under the catalyzing of essence energy, martial artists' fleshy bodies were much stronger compared to ordinary people, it would generally be 1 to 2 major cultivation realms lower than themselves. Hence, when most people were transcending tribulations, they would strive with all their might to use protective essence energy to resist the heavenly tribulation. It was simply impossible to be like Yi Yuan, to use the fleshy body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulations. This was simply no different from courting death. Bolts of heavenly tribulations fell down. Yi Yuan's body radiated with a red glow. His aura was gradually becoming stronger. The reason why he dared to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation was actually that the dragon blood in his body was not fully absorbed. Utilizing the heavenly tribulation to temper the fleshy body could stimulate his body's potential, refining the dragon blood that had not been refined once more. The power of Yi Yuan's vitality was increasingly stronger. By the time the final streak of heavenly tribulation fell, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck with one stroke. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt unbelievably great. He already reached Soul Sea realm just by relying on the strength of his physical body now. Coupled with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could virtually sweep away Soul Sea realms. Uncle Rome, what happened? Why is Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation? Furthermore, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems to be a little too strong as well, right? And, Uncle Rome, your cultivation realm. Shangguan Lingyun regulated his breathing for a while, and his injuries were finally brought under control a little. He sensed that the commotion over here was huge, and it seemed like the situation was not too optimistic, so he rushed over to take a look. Shocked, he saw Yi Yuan currently transcending the tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong's face was completely black as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all Yi Yuan, that brat's tricks. Lingyun, I feel that it's not going too well right now. We'd better ask for help from family head." Chapter 617, Dispersing Tribulation Clouds. Chapter 617, Dispersing Tribulation Clouds. Shangguan Lingyun's heart pounded. He initially thought that by calling Shangguan Yunrong a third-level divine traversing expert over, Yi Yuan would die for sure. Who knew that in just this short while the two mighty divine traversing realm experts, one died and one was injured, while Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation over there perfectly fine. Once he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan's strength would advance another step further. There was really an body who could control him here anymore. Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Yunrong both felt that Yi Yuan's threat was too great. They had to thoroughly kill him this time. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble for the future. Deng Sheng, immediately send news to family head, and let them send experts over right away. Shangguan Lingyun instructed, "Yes, this subordinate will go right away." Deng Sheng immediately received the order and left. Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun watched Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation. Their faces had indescribable solemnness. Before long, the fourth of the 9 heavenly tribulation came as promised. And at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through its fetters and entered a brand new boundary. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were increasingly thicker. The area was also getting bigger and bigger. A pressure exuded from within the clouds. Cruce, plussing everyone until they could hardly breathe. Everyone realized one point. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation would probably be even more terrifying. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation, with my current strength, I most likely can't make it through at all. This Yi Yuan is truly too scary. He can actually summon such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong said somberly, This fourth heavenly tribulations seems to be more than twice stronger than the third heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan is, he won't dare to forcefully withstand it either, right? Hopefully, he gets struck to death by this fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Lingyun said, hatefully, but Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, although this fourth heavenly tribulation is strong to want to kill him, it probably still can't accomplish that. If he can draw a fifth heavenly tribulation, then there might be some hope. And what's he trying to do? Shangguan Yunrong, uncle and nephew, were currently talking when Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. It was only to see him tilting his head. He looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky. He was actually B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with fighting intent. He can't be. Shangguan Yunrong faintly had some conjectures in his heart, but he felt that this was simply nonsense. Yet Yi Yuan's action the next instant gave him a resounding slap. Chi! The first bolt of the fourth heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. At the same time, Yi Yuan's body gave off an extremely powerful aura. Coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. In the sky, an electric snake descended very rapidly. On the ground, an azure dragon rose high into the air. This scene shocked everyone until they could not speak. Since time immemorial, there had yet to be anyone so wildly arrogant when transcending tribulations to actually attempt to scatter the heavenly tribulation in vain. In the eyes of Shangguan Yunrong and his nephew, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out madman. In this world, there did not seem to be things that he did not dare to do. Rumble! Experiencing 3 rounds of heavenly tribulations tempering, Yi Yuan's current state had already reached the peak. Plus, going a step further and refining the dragon's blood, the true dragon strength in his body became even more boundless. The power of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move was much, much stronger compared to that palm previously. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the azure dragon directly dispersed that bolt of lightning tribulation. However, this was not over yet. The coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm's remaining momentum had yet to be exhausted. It actually went directly for the firmament. And no way, right? There were already no words that could express Shangguan Yunrong's emotions at this instant. Heavenly tribulation could actually be transcended like this. Rumble! In the wake of a great dragon roar, the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm directly blasted toward the tribulation clouds. The tribulations clouds that were currently brewing the fourth heavenly tribulation was actually forcefully scattered away. The fourth heavenly tribulation actually didn't descend. I didn't see wrongly, right? Shangguan Yunrong said blankly, just what kind of monster were we fighting with? He actually dispersed the heavenly tribulation. Is this what humans can accomplish? Shangguan Lingyun was already unable to describe his emotions at this moment. At this instant, everyone seemed to have all forgotten that this place was a battlefield. A place where hundreds of thousands of people gathered was actually deathly silent. Yi Yuan dispersing the heavenly tribulation with one palm. The visual impact that this brought to them was seriously too intense. Shangguan Yunrong had stayed in the heavenly tribulation before previously. He knew how powerful Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was. This fourth heavenly tribulation absolutely had the power to exterminate a first-level divine traversing expert. But such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was actually directly dispersed by Yi Yuan. At present, in a hidden place outside the battlefield, Chu S, H, I+, and the others were currently secretly spectating everything in the battlefield. The fighting had already stopped. Hundreds of thousands of people were all watching Yi Yuan breaking through to the Soul Sea realm by himself. Such a large battlefield actually became Yi Yuan's individual performance stage. This made the few people who came back to rescue all feel somewhat taking a superfluous action. That divine traversing realm expert was actually dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Mr. Yi, injuring the former and causing his strength to be blasted down to the first level divine traversing realm from the third level. Such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation was actually scattered in one palm by Mr. Yi. What did they come back for? Perhaps it was in order to witness a miracle. Yeah, they probably would not see such a magnificent feat ever again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. I already said that Mr. Yi would definitely be fine. Chu S.H.I. plus suppressed his voice and said with a big laugh, "You didn't say before." Qian Si exposed it without any hesitation. Yeah, if I have to say, these people are like men filled with apprehension that the sky would fall. Mr. Yi, he is so strong. How can something possibly happen? Forget about divine traversing realm. Even if it's a boundless realm, he'd surely be fine too. Zhu Changji said, witnessing the scene of Yi Yuan dissipating the tribulation clouds. Everyone's idolization of Yi Yuan now already reached a blind degree. This could not be blamed on them either. It was truly that Yi Yuan's actions made people feel that it was too fantastical. This was simply not what an ordinary person could do. Before you came, you were even sniveling. Qianxi interjected again, emotionlessly. One should not look at Qianxi as just a person who did not talk much. This sharp tongue skill was not an ordinary kind of strong. Furthermore, it was short and concise, making you unable to refute at all. But Zhu Changji was indifferent as he said, as long as Mr. Yi is fine. Even if I go blind from crying, it's okay. Now that he dispersed the tribulation clouds, he should be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm, right? No, wait. You guys look. The dispersed tribulation clouds seem to have condensed together again. Furthermore, this time, it seems to be terrifyingly powerful. What Tao Chuan suddenly said. Everyone was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. Indeed, they discovered that those tribulations clouds that were scattered away actually condensed together again anew. Furthermore, this time, they actually all felt rattled, separated by an entire battlefield. It could be seen that the lightning tribulation this time was probably unusual compared to those previously. When Shangguan Yinrong saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter. Ha! Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die if you weren't taking the road to ruin. Who asked you to be rampant, to be arrogant? Aren't you very capable? Didn't you disperse the tribulation clouds? Now, you're going to suffer the retribution of heavenly Tao, right? Ha ha ha. This is lightning tribulation plus soul tribulation, both tribulations arriving together. I'll see how you resist it. Chapter 618. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Chapter 618. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Puff, puff, puff. A large group of fierce-scale world martial artists with slightly weaker strength because they could not withstand the pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together. Their bodies exploded directly, turning into a S of blood mist. Even some of the sea transformation realm martial artists also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together was seriously too horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression became solemn too. Both tribulations arriving together. This had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations a little too much. Just earlier, after dispersing the tribulation's clouds with one palm, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that his divine soul could no longer be suppressed. It was actually going to break through to the alchemy king realm. Crack, crack. Crack! In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like drawing the bow, but not discharging the arrow. It was precisely such a situation that made people feel even more stifled. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're a genius, but your genius has already aroused the heavens' jealousy, lightning and soul dual tribulation. I'll see how you transcend them. Shangguan Yinrong was very excited by the sight. Such a horrifying, heavenly tribulation. Even for him, this divine traversing realm expert, being inside would only lead to the outcome of disintegrating into ashes. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to transcend it either. Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation shot Shangguan Yinrong a cold glance and said disdainfully, "A fool like you will never know what's called a genius. True geniuses have to go against the heaven. I'll let you see what's called a true genius today." Right then, the heavenly tribulation in the tribulation's clouds, which had been brewing for a long time, finally fell abruptly. You guys look. It's actually a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. My G, OD, is this really a heavenly tribulation that humans have to cross? Chu S. H.I. Plus said, Mr. Ye's talent truly makes even the heaven jealous. White heavenly tribulation should be the heavenly tribulation of martial artists. Purple heavenly tribulation should be the divine soul's heavenly tribulation. I even feel my heart palpitate over here. And Mr. Yi can definitely transcend the tribulations successfully. Zhu Changji said, "How can he possibly fail?" Qian Si said, right at that instance, the dual-colored heavenly tribulation fell. Yi Yuan suddenly swung his fist. A fire dragon surged out. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. At the same time, Yi Yuan's divine soul turned into a sharp sword and rushed out from the essence energy sea. Soul driving flying sword. One martial technique, one divine soul mystic art. Two attacks welcomed the dual-colored lightning tribulation at the same time. Rumble! A huge brilliance radiated. Yi Yuan's attack and the dual-colored heavenly tribulation collided together violently. A Civ air billow crept out, sweeping the fierce gale world martial artists that had already retreated very far away flying. Yi Yuan stood at the center of this storm without budging an inch, akin to an ever-victorious divinity. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation as he swallowed a pile of medicinal pills again. The power of this heavenly tribulation was too strong. He had to strive with all his might and did not dare to hold back in the slightest at all. This degree of attacks, he did not know how long he could sustain either. But Yi Yuan knew that enduring the dual tribulation Sively, regardless whether was it the body or divine soul, he would surely have to suffer injuries to a very large extent. Like that, even if he transcended both tribulations, he probably would not have the ability to deal with the Shangguan Yunrong, who was glaring like a ravening tiger either. Crack! Crack! Another 2 bolts of dual-colored lightning tribulation rumbled down. Yi Yuan swung his fists once more. 2 flame movement, true dragon carnages, and soul-driving flying swords were unleashed at the same time, offsetting the 2 bolts of lightning tribulation once again. The tribulation cloud's pressure in the sky was getting increasingly greater. It seemed to be enraged and seemed to be mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. This time, 5 bolts of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed at the same time. Even the Shangguan Yunrong outside of the heavenly tribulation felt somewhat unable to withstand this pressure and retreated very far out together with Shangguan Lingyun. Hiss! Uncle Rong, do you think Yi Yuan Shangguan Lingyun was shocked by Yi Yuan's fierceness. Initially, he thought that Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly transcend this sort of dual-colored lightning tribulation, because that simply exceeded the boundaries of human strength. The power of a fifth heavenly tribulation, logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Soul Sea realm martial artists to make it through, let alone adding in a soul tribulation that was even harder to deal with. Actually, soul tribulations were even harder to transcend than lightning tribulations. Furthermore, this soul tribulation of Yi Yuan's was even more extraordinary. Soul tribulations acted on the divine soul directly. Martial artists' weakest area was the divine soul. To the vast majority of alchemists, apart from forcefully resisting the soul tribulation, they had no other way. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable divine, soul mystic art that could actually deal with soul tribulations? This Yi Yuan virtually did not have any bit of dead angle from head to toe. He was simply powerful until it made people despair. Living in the same era with a genius like this seemed to be destined to be a tragedy. At this moment, Shangguan Lingyun finally understood that regardless of what kind of path he took, he would forever not be Yi Yuan's match. Except it was unknown whether or not that Zhao Chenggan, who was nurtured and protected by Zhao Tianyin, could obstruct Yi Yuan's path of growing up. Impossible. You look at those tribulation clouds in the sky. Yi Yuan's arrogance has already thoroughly infuriated the heavenly Tao. Don't look at him being very arrogant right now. The further back this heavenly tribulation goes, the greater the power and greater the density. He can't possibly make it through. Shangguan Yunrong said. Indeed, just as Shangguan Yunrong predicted, the heavenly tribulations descending from inside the tribulation clouds became increasingly denser, practically not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's martial technique was released like raindrops colliding together with those dense heavenly tribulations. Even if Shangguan Yunrong did not believe that Yi Yuan could transcend these dual-colored lightning tribulations, he was still astounded by this scene before his eyes. Was the magnitude of this sort of attacks truly unleashed by a sea transformation realm martial artist who was currently transcending tribulation? In a twinkle, over half of the 9x9, 81 lightning tribulations had already said. Yi Yuan's essence energy and soul force were being depleted rapidly. Such consumption speed was too rapid. Even if Yi Yuan swallowed a large one tie of medicinal pills, he felt very taxing too. Even more noble was that the expenditure of soul force was greater than the expenditure of essence energy. If this continued, once the divine soul received damage, it would be a very troublesome matter. Yi Yuan also never expected that the soul tribulation would actually become the greatest bottleneck restricting him from transcending the tribulation right now. Ha ha! What did I say? You see, his way of transcending the tribulation is no different from courting death. Look, his soul force is going to be depleted very soon. When his divine soul directly suffers the bombardment of the purple lightning, that will be the instant of him Paris. H.I. plusing and his Tao vanish. H.I. plusing. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin. Ha ha! It's still Uncle Rong who is impressive. Yi Yuan's soul force has already reached rock bottom, but at the back, there are still over a dozen bolts of purple soul tribulations. These final dozen over purple soul tribulations are even stronger. He can only withstand 7 to 8 bolts at most. Those few bolts of soul tribulations at the back, he can't push through no matter what. Shangguan Lingyun also had a look of thrill. At this time, the excitement on Chu S, H.I. plus S, and the others' faces were long already replaced by solemnness. Although they were separated very far away, they could also feel that Yi Yuan was not quite right. Such high-intensity execution of martial techniques. Even if Yi Yuan's essence energy was a bottomless pit, It should also be seeing the bottom at this time. Under the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura was being diminished unceasingly. Very clearly, transcending the tribulation had already reached the critical juncture. And Mr. Yi, Zhu Changji said worriedly, "Shut your stinky mouth up. Mr. Ye's fortunes run deep. How can he possibly not even transcend past the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea realm?" Chu S.H.I. plus reproached. Chapter 619, A Blow in Anger. Chapter 619, A Blow in Anger, Poork. Finally, a bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed heavily on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Even if his fleshy body was very powerful right now, facing such a heavenly tribulation, his body suffered damage instantly too. His essence energy was already depleted, and his soul force had also been exhausted. This HIT made his aura nosedive to the limit. This was the 78th dual-colored heavenly tribulation. There were just 3 bolts remaining at the back. But these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulations were the most deadly 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. The nameless essence energy within Yi Yuan's body had yet to be employed. He could expend this essence energy to resist the lightning tribulation, but his soul force was already dried up. There was simply no way to endure the damage of the purple lightning soul tribulation anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan spitting out blood from severe injuries, Shangguan Yinrong and his nephew were both abnormally excited. "Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, didn't you say earlier to let us take a look at what's called a true genius? If you have the capabilities, transcend this lightning tribulation for us to see. Your essence, energy, and soul force are both consumed entirely already. Even though there are only 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation left, these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation are the heavenly tribulation that will claim your life." Ha ha ha! Shangguan Yinrong was exhilarated. Just prior to this, he did not know where Yi Yuan's limits lay either. He clearly saw that Yi Yuan's essence energy was already depleted, but Yi Yuan still persevered for a very long time. This made him very baffled. All the way until Yi Yuan spat blood from heavy injuries, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan already could not make it. Shangguan Yunrong believed that Yi Yuan's spirit and physical strength at this time had already reached the limit. If he broke down Yi Yuan's confidence with words, Yi Yuan would be even less likely to transcend this dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yeah, if you want to prove that you're a genius, transcend past these final 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. I really want to see the birth of an unrivaled genius. Sigh, an unrivaled genius who came to an untimely end. Such a pity. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun got the hint and also voiced out. Except Yi Yuan's attainments in Heart Realm towered over them by G. Oh, D knows how much. How could their verbal attacks possibly shake Yi Yuan's confidence? Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety right now as well. He was desperately using his divine soul to communicate with those golden words and the black bead, but they did not have any reaction at all. Cack! The 79th bolt of heavenly tribulation carried an exceedingly horrifying pressure and fell down. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered up the nameless essence energy. A flame movement true dragon carnage punch was unleashed once more. The white lightning tribulation was successfully neutralized by Yi Yuan's attack, but the purple lightning tribulation disregarded his attack and bombarded onto his divine soul directly. Poork! Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful, but being struck directly by this bolt of purple lightning tribulation, he suffered severe injuries this time as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood again. but the black bead and golden characters in his sea of consciousness did not have any reaction at all. When Yi Yuan unleashed an attack, once more, Shangguan Yunrong taken aback with fright. Yi Yuan's essence energy was clearly exhausted already. Where did he have the essence energy to execute martial techniques? Instant cast martial technique. Just now, that was an instant cast martial technique. Uncle Rong, I was defeated by his instant cast martial technique earlier. This Yi Yuan definitely still has other trump cards that can achieve instant cast martial technique. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly cried out. Shangguan Yunrong's face fell slightly. Yi Yuan's instant cast martial technique earlier. How could he not perceive it? He never would not have thought that at this time. Yi Yuan still had cards up his sleeves. Relax. He's definitely at his wit's end already with divine soul defense. Looking at the current situation, he absolutely can't make it through the final 2 bolts of purple lightning. Even if he really made it through, he will be heavily injured as well. At that time, it will be his time of death. Shangguan Yunrong said. Right at this time, the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation finally fell. Yi Yuan struggled to crawl up. Looking up at the sky and giving a long howl, a punch rumbled over once more. Rumble! The purple lightning tribulation blasted onto his divine soul without any suspense, piling on injuries on top of his injuries. Yi Yuan's divine soul had utterly wilted at this time. It already suffered extremely severe injuries. In light of his injuries right now, it was absolutely impossible for him to transcend the final bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation. After the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation, the final bolt dual-colored heavenly tribulation did not fall right away. The tribulation clouds up in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It was brewing an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Swuz. H. Plus Zhu Changji was going to charge towards Yi Yuan with a lunge, but was held back by Chu S. H. I. Plus. What are you doing? Chu S. H. I. Plus said angrily. Going to save Mr. Yi. This life of mine was given by Mr. Yi. Even if I die, I have to save him too. Zhu Changji said, almost in tears. Snap. Chu S. H. I. Plus directly gave him a slap and said furiously, You fool! If you go, not only will you not be able to help Mr. Yi, you'll bring him even greater trouble instead. It doesn't matter if you die. What if you didn't die? There's a divine traversing realm expert over there. If you go over there, fumble, and get caught, wouldn't you become Mr. Ye's burden? Zhu Changji's expression froze, and he wailed, Then what to do? We can't just watch Mr. Yi be killed by them, right? Wait a while more. I know Brother Ye's disposition. He won't admit defeat so easily. Perhaps there is still a turnaround. About heavenly tribulation, he can only rely on himself. It's futile even if we go over. Wait until Brother Yi transcends the heavenly tribulation. We'll charge over together. At this time, the Yin Yanhua, who did not speak the entire time, opened her mouth. Looking at the current situation, even if Yi Yuan transcended the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be severely injured too. At that time, he definitely needed their help, even if it was delaying a divine traversing realm expert for a moment. Their payout was worth it too. Yi Yuan's injuries at this time were very severe. It was severe until he could not even stand up. He tried several times in a row and did not crawl up. Could it be that I gained a new lease on life again and actually can't even transcend the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea Realm? No, I'm unresigned. Yi Yuan roared in his heart. In his previous life, he did good deeds for hundreds of years. In the end, what it exchanged for was the outcome of Paris. H. I. Plusing and his Tao Vanis. H. I. Plusing. Reviving in this life, Yi Yuan had long made up his mind to go against the heaven. Today, it was his first time standing in front of heavenly Tao and challenging it. Almost. Just the last bit left. Only the final lightning tribulation. Arg. Yi Yuan roared and used all the strength in his body to stand up. Pointing his finger to the sky, he said, "Villainous old heaven, bring it. If you have the as smite me to death." Seemingly replying Yi Yuan's words. Finally, the 81st bolt of heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally fell down. Coiling dragon. Heaven. Devastating. Palm. Yi Yuan used the last of his strength and unleashed his final blow. It was also an attack containing his wrath, an attack challenging heavenly Tao. This coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm broke through the limits of his body. It was more powerful than any of his palms previously. The azure dragon carried along a sorrowful and resentful roar as it galloped towards the firmament. It was as if it was the roar in Yi Yuan's heart. The coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm directly annihilated the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, and then it charged straight for the skies, charging over towards the tribulation clouds. Rumble! That thick tribulation cloud was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan once again. However, this attack of Yi Yuan's was still unable to stem the descent of the purple lightning. Chapter 620, Great Turnabout. Chapter 620, Great Turnabout. The purple lightning tribulation landed right on Yi Yuan's body just like this. After being hit by the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan's entire body was paralyzed, unmoving. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong laughed wildly and said, "Yi Yuan, so what even if you transcended the heavenly tribulation? Aren't you still going to die at my hands?" TSK, you transcended the dual-colored lightning tribulation. You proved to us that you're a true genius. So what? To be able to kill a true genius. I feel even more honored to. Ha ha. Bearing this bolt of purple lightning. Although Yi Yuan was still breathing, it was already impossible to fight anymore. He naturally became fish on a chopping board, being at the mercy of Shangguan Yunrong. "Brothers, charge!" Chu S.H.I. plus gave a shout. Those people who came back charged out without any hesitation, slaughtering into the fierce gale, world's great army. For a moment, war cries filled the air. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, he had a disdainful look as he said, "Couldn't tell that you still have some capability of winning people's hearts. These trash all killed their way out already. In order to save you, they actually came back again. But how large a wave can these small fries stir?" Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut. He did not have the intention of responding to Shangguan Yunrong at all. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin, "Yi Yuan, you're too outstanding. Out of fear where a long night is fraught with many dreams, I'll send you on your way right now." By the side, Shangguan Lingyun was very excited at this time as well. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. After today, there wasn't going to be anybody obstructing in front of him, no more. "Uncle Rong, quickly do it," Shangguan Lingyun urged. Shangguan Yunrong nodded his head and was going to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right then, a streak of white light appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan and attacked Shangguan Yunrong abruptly. This scene was too sudden. Everyone could not react in time. Courting death. Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and he changed direction at the last minute to attack that streak of white light. That streak of white light's speed was too swift. It was so fast that Shangguan Yunrong's martial technique had yet to fully form, and white light already arrived in front of him. Bang! Shangguan Yunrong was directly knocked flying out. Only when he struggled to his feet did he discover that that streak of white light was actually a white tiger. Who could it be but white light? The current white light was no longer that little kitty in the past, but he truly matured into a white tiger, white color velvet, fur-lined with black stripes. A pair of tiger eyes glared at Shangguan Yunrong, looking awe-inspiring. This was the true bearing of a divine beast. Roar! White light raised his head and gave a long roar. A powerful aura instantly spread across the entire battlefield. At this moment, White Light's might of a divine beast was displayed beyond all doubt. Peak Tier 4 demonic beast. Seeing White Light, Shangguan Yunrong sucked in a cold breath. Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts were equivalent to humans' peak Soul Sea realm. And looking at that attack earlier, the offensive power of this white tiger was likely not beneath his. The most nable thing was that this fellow's speed was too fast. Shangguan Yunrong only felt his vision blurred just now, and White Light already arrived in front of him. Such horrifying speed, his attacks could not hit at all. There was actually still such a heaven-defying demonic beast existing around Yi Yuan. Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts were extremely rare in human territories. They would only be inside the endless forest. One had to know that when Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts advanced another step, they would be able to transcend tribulation and take form. Even though this white tiger in front of him was only Peak Tier 4, it could fight to a draw with him. It could be seen that it was absolutely not a common demonic beast. Shangguan Yunrong changed expressions several times. No matter how he calculated, it was also impossible to have calculated that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful existence by his side. Leave this white tiger to me. You guys attack together and kill Yi Yuan with a flurry of blades. Shangguan Yunrong instructed the great army, but right then a dense pack of white apes suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. They were precisely the Long-Arm Stone Ape Clan. The Long-Arm Stone Ape Clan's current strength was already no longer what it was in the past. Just the Tier 4 demonic beasts. A large batch was born. Tier 3 demonic beasts were even too many to enumerate. Furthermore, for quite a long time, they ed the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array incomparably proficiently. Their combat strengths were very daunting. White Light, Yuan Fei, give me 100 breaths of time. I'll kill him, then. Yi Yuan said calmly. Roar. Leave it to me, big brother. Yes, young master. Shangguan Yunrong never would have thought that both sides' situation would undergo so many changes in a twinkle. Originally, his situation was a certain win. In this twinkle of an eye, Yi Yuan let out a large crowd of demonic beasts, instantly reversing the plot. He was still solemnly swearing to kill Yi Yuan prior to this. Just how long had it been? It was actually Yi Yuan going to kill him. Shangguan Yunrong suddenly discovered a problem and said in terror, Your divine soul actually recovered. Shangguan Yunrong was fully immersed in the shock of white light appearing prior this, and did not pay attention to Yi Yuan at all, who knew that in this short while Yi Yuan's divine soul already fully recovered. Although the present Yi Yuan still had injuries, his entire person's aura had totally changed. He was already a genuine Soul Sea realm expert. This discovery made Shangguan Yunrong dumbstruck with amazement. Wasn't Yi Yuan already severely wounded and on the verge of death previously? Why was it that in a twinkle he was actually as good as new? Furthermore, the divine soul getting injured was the most troublesome. It was exceedingly hard to heal. What kind of miracle elixir could fully restore the divine soul in this short while? Shangguan Yunrong felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were forever that inconceivable. How could he know that right at that moment the final bolt of purple lightning descended, the black bead and the golden characters in Yi Yuan's Sea of Consciousness finally reacted. The attack, which originally had an irresistible force, was directly absorbed by the black bead when it reached Yi Yuan's divine soul. Then, the black bead quivered slightly and dropped a few powder-state black particles. The golden characters carried along those few grains of black powder and started treating Yi Yuan's divine soul. Yi Yuan's divine soul was like being bathed in the spring breeze, recovering to its peak state very quickly. Yi Yuan did not bother with Shangguan Yunrong's astonishment. He sat down on the spot, consolidating his cultivation realm with all his strength. As a result of the heavenly tribulation's baptism, Yi Yuan's essence energy sea expanded rapidly. It finally formed an essence energy sea with a circumference of 3,000 feet. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, the expression on his face became exceedingly fascinating. At this moment, his mind only had one word, and that was run. Shangguan Yunrong flicked his sleeves and brought Shangguan Lingyun along, wanting to flee. However, white light already broke through to peak tier 4 now. His speed was already unbelievably fast. The reason why flowing light white tigers were called flowing light white tigers was that their speed was unparalleled in the world. Shangguan Yunrong's figure had just moved, and white light already arrived in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong was secretly startled and had no choice but to turn back and face the enemy. Bang! Another intense clash. The one human and one tiger both fell back several steps. Roar! White light roared angrily again, as if he was mocking Shangguan Yunrong. If Shangguan Yunrong knew the universal beast language, he would understand what white light was saying. My big brother says that he wants to kill you, so you must die. Chapter 6:21, Obliterating with a Punch. Chapter 6:21, Obliterating with a Punch. Shangguan Yunrong was terrified, but no matter how far he ran, he could not escape out of white light's palm either. That terrifying speed of white light made Shangguan Yunrong at a loss on what to do. His attacks could not even touch white light's skin and fur at all. But white light kept on tangling with him, making him not have the chance to escape at all. White light was actually still a notch weaker than Shangguan Yunrong in terms of strength. After all, he was formerly a third-level divine traversing expert, even though now his strength was at the first-level divine traversing realm. But white light did not come into direct contact with him at all. He just adopted Hara as Sment tactics. His goal was to delay for 100 breaths. Presently, Chu S, H, I, plus, and the others became more enthusiastic the more they killed. They initially came harboring the resolve to die, who knew that so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared in front to help. This made them suddenly feel that happiness came too suddenly. Ha! Didn't I say that Mr. Yi will be fine? Following Mr. Yi, eating meat and drinking soup are a cinch. Chu S, H, I, plus said with a big laugh. Too awesome. Did you guys hear earlier or not? Mr. Yi said to take his life in 100 breaths of time. That is a high and lofty divine, traversing realm expert. Mr. Yi just broke through to Soul C and is going to F***CK, a divine, traversing realm expert. Zhu Changji was excited too as he said this. Impressive. Qian C pierced through a Soul C, realm martial artist, with a stab. He still did not forget to jab in verbally as a supporter role. All of a sudden, Shangguan Yunrong said with a roar, "You'd *MN tiger. No end to it, is it? It's you who forced me." Rumble. Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly erupted. His body radiated an aura of red light. Bloodthirsty art. Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed and offensive power rose tremendously. Although his cultivation realm did not break through, his combat power increased greatly. What was more Nable was that his speed actually soared in a blink of an eye and caught up to White Light's speed. White Light also did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong actually still had a card to play. For a while, he was forced to fall back repeatedly. The two people's exchange was like sparks flying off a flint. Ordinary people's visual prowess simply could not catch up to the two people's speed. Bang! Shangguan Yunrong sent White Light flying out with a punch, but did not continue following after to exploit the victory. Instead, he borrowed the rebound force of this blow to escape with even greater speed. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan will have a chance to meet again. In the future, when my condition recovers to the peak, I'll come and find you again. Shangguan Yunrong's figure flew away, only leaving behind this one sentence. White Light looked at Shangguan Yunrong's distant back view, and could not help being vexed with this tussle. Even if his speed was any faster, he could not catch up to Shangguan Yunrong either. Shangguan Yunrong was just being pleased with himself when a voice sounded out beside his ear, seemingly transmitting from the netherworld. Why so anxious to leave? I transcended the dual-colored lightning tribulations and haven't had the time to greet you. Shangguan Yunrong felt his scalp tingle. Whose voice could it be if not Yi Yuan's? His figure stopped abruptly, and he turned around to look, but he did not even see a soul. Stop searching already. I'm over here, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Yunrong's heart thumped. Turning back once more, indeed, he saw Yi Yuan standing right in front of him. No idea since when Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong's heart sunk to the bottom. Since Yi Yuan could run in front of him, that meant that his movement was even faster than his. Wanting to run, there was probably no chance already. Except, he could not figure out no matter how he racked his brains. Yi Yuan had merely just broken through to the first level Soul Sea. No wait, Yi Yuan actually directly reached third level Soul Sea. Shangguan Yunrong suddenly remembered something. His expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Origin Spirit 9 transformations." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Looks like you're still quite knowledgeable." "That's right, it's precisely Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Now, do you still have any last words? And either way, I won't help you to fulfill them either." Shangguan Yunrong's face turned back, and he said ferociously, "Want to kill me? That will also have to shatter a mouthful of your teeth." Shangguan Yunrong was naturally unwilling to resign himself to fate. He instantly gathered a titanic amount of heaven and earth essence energy. Even if his cultivation realm had been blasted down, Shangguan Yunrong was still a divine traversing realm expert. This commotion was truly outrageous. Bloodthirsty demonic palm. A terrifying attack howled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan similarly unleashed his move unhurriedly, as if he did not care about Shangguan Yunrong's move at all. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. The fiery red colossal dragon carried along a terrifying power and attacked Shangguan Yunrong. This punch was D knows how many times stronger than when Yi Yuan was at the sea transformation realm. It was even more powerful than the coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. Under Shangguan Yunrong's terrified gaze, the colossal dragon directly gobbled up his palm force and then pounced towards him. Rumble! Yi Yuan, it's not so easy for you to want to escape this easily. At death's door, Shangguan Yunrong struggled to yell out. Flame movement, true dragon carnage, landed on Shangguan Yunrong's body without any suspense, directly blasting him into mince. The might of one fist was terrifying to the max. Right at this time, a wisp of black air floated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he waved his hand, wanting to flick it away. Yet that wisp of black air ignored his essence energy and directly bore into his palm, forming a black mark. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "The power of a curse! This Shangguan Yunrong really leaves no peace behind, even if he died." "Big brother, sorry about that." White light already came to Yi Yuan's side at this time, and said in Bara, "As Sedley." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine. Just nice 100 breaths of time. You already did very well. Really didn't think that refining one tiger bone can actually let you directly broke through to peak tier 4. Advancing another step, and you'll be able to transcend the tribulation and take form." "Ha. You don't know how agitated I was when I saw that tiger bone back then. That was a peak tier 4 black flame tiger's tiger bone. To you humans, it can just refine some medicinal pills. But to me, it's a priceless natural treasure. When I saw it, ISNATC headed over without hesitation. White light said. Yi Yuan recalled the scenario of white light SNATC hing the tiger bone back then, and could not help laughing heartily. "All right, since you've already broken through to peak tier 4, wait until I gather up the medicinal herbs for a shapes. HI plus sting pill. Then I'll help you refine a shapes. HI plus sting pill and aid you to break through to tier 5. Yi Yuan said. White light jumped up excitedly when he heard that. "Ha! I knew that Big Brother is the best. Thanks a lot, Big Brother." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What are you still being courteous with me for? Just now, if not for you just happens to break through, I probably wouldn't have any way of standing here perfectly fine now." Yi Yuan and White Light, the two people, were currently chatting. When those fierce-scale world martial artists saw their side's divine traversing realm expert being killed off with a punch, how could they still have the thoughts of fighting? They immediately fled helter-skelter. Chu S, HI plus, and the others also gathered around at this time. Yi Yuan clasped his hands when he saw them and said, "Thank you very much, everyone." Chu S, HI plus repeatedly said Dare. "Not. What's Mr. Yi saying here? Our lives were all saved by Mr. Yi. Without you, we couldn't possibly have escaped from Crimson Light City at all. Moreover, we didn't really help by coming either. Rather, we've let Mr. Yi see a joke." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "All right, everyone, do away with the polite remarks. We shouldn't stay for long in this place. City Lord, Chu S, HI plus, you guys hurry up and bring the Crimson Light City martial artists and leave." Chapter 622, Forbidden Death Zone. Chapter 622, Forbidden Death Zone. Yi Yuan's words made Chu S, HI plus, and the others stupefied. "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Aren't you going back together with us?" Chu S, HI plus said puzzledly. Yi Yuan revealed the black mark in his hand for everyone to see, shook his head, and then said that Shangguan Yunrong planted a divine soul curse on me before dying. The fierce gale, world's divine traversing realm experts can definitely track me based on this curse. Those divine traversing realm expert are probably on their way already. If I follow you guys, you can't escape. Their target is me. As long as I'm not together with you, you all should be able to escape successfully." When everyone saw that black mark in Yi Yuan's hand, they involuntarily drew a cold breath. Then you going by yourself, isn't it too dangerous?" Zhu Changji said worriedly. "Yeah, let's also quickly notify the Alliance and let them send experts to rendezvous with us." Qin Yen said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's too late. All right, don't be long-winded. You guys hurry up and leave. I have my own ways to avoid their pursuit." Zhu Changji was still going to say something, but was held back by Chu S, plus who said, will only be Mr. Ye's burden by following him. If he goes alone, he might be safer instead. All right, let's go. After everyone left, Yuan Fei carried Shangguan Lingyun in front of Yi Yuan and said, Young master, how to deal with this fellow? Yi Yuan said coolly, kill him. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed, and he said savagely, Yi Yuan, even if you kill me, you'll die a horrible death too. Uncle Rong has already planted a divine soul curse. Even if you flee to the ends of the world, you'll be killed by family head too. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, You're thinking too much. Just a tiny little divine soul curse, that's all. It's a little troublesome, but to take my life, it's still lacking. Very quickly, Yuan Fei disposed of Shangguan Lingyun. A fierce gale, world's young genius of his generation, fell just like that. Big brother, where are you going now? White Light asked. The endless forest. Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. On a spirit boat, several million miles away from Crimson Light City, a black mark suddenly appeared on Ding Liang's palm. Seeing this black mark, Ding Liang's brows could not help furrowing. This is Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse. He knew that Shangguan Wenrui sent me to hunt down Yi Yuan, so he sent the mark over to me. Looks like Shangguan Yunrong and Lan Shun have both fallen already. Could it be that Yi Yuan killed them? That isn't very likely, right? According to the news sent over previously, Yi Yuan should be transcending the tribulation to break through to the soul sea realm. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, it's also not possible to be Shangguan Yunrong's match. Could it be that there are even stronger people in Crimson Light City? But if it's really like that, why wasn't there any news sent over from there? Ding Liang could not figure out after racking his brains, and was at a loss regarding Crimson Light City's situation. This curse mark was only a fuzzy response. It would not send over all of the information. Based on this curse mark, Ding Liang could find Yi Yuan. But he did not know if this pursuit target was Yi Yuan or not. But looking at the intel currently grasped, clearly Yi Yuan's suspicion was the greatest. Screw it. As long as I catch this fellow, I'll naturally know who he is. Hopefully, this person is really Yi Yuan. That will save me a great deal of trouble. It's a pity that the setup over there has already reached a critical time, but keeps on transferring manpower out nonstop. It's really troublesome. Yi Yuan. Oh, Yi Yuan, I knew that you weren't something that belongs in a pond back then. But isn't your rise up a little too rapid as well? All of a sudden, Ding Liang's brows furrowed. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently speeding towards the southern direction with extreme speed. Thinking of running? How can it be so easy? With this curse mark, even if you run to the ends of the world, how can you escape my palm? Ding Liang deployed the profound artifact spirit boat with a gesture and chased after in the southern direction with tremendous speed. To humans, the endless forest was very perilous, but as long as one's strength was sufficiently strong, they could still rely on their own strength to fly over. But in the endless forest, there was a region known as Forbidden Death Zone. Even peak divine traversing realm experts did not dare to cut across either, regardless whether was it through the land or via the sky. The total area of this region was very vast, but it had borders. Head south 10,000 miles from the northern domain was the borders of this Forbidden Death Zone. This Forbidden Death Zone extended for 100,000 miles. Only outside of this 100,000-mile radius was the area that humans could move about in. Of course, the endless forest size was far from just 100,000 miles. So the area that humans could enter was still very huge. Otherwise, the south and north, two regions, were really going to be isolated for life. And Yi Yuan's current destination was precisely this Forbidden Death Zone. Although he did not know who the fierce-scale world would send to hunt him down, Yi Yuan dared to confirm that it should be at least a middle-stage divine traversing realm expert. Such an expert, he could not defeat the person no matter what. If he wanted to live, he could only force himself into a hopeless situation with no way out so that he would fight back desperately. By the time Yi Yuan came to the 3,000-mile region, he already put away the spirit boat and went on foot. Because spirit boats pursued speed, their defensive strengths were generally very weak. Once they entered the territories of high-ranking demonic beasts, it was very easy to suffer the attacks of flying-type demonic beasts. If the spirit boat was damaged because of this, then the loss outweighed the gain. But along the way, Yi Yuan's progress was rather fast. With white light following him and giving off the power of a divine beast, the beasts all submitted along the way. That power intimidated the forest like a tiger's roar throughout the whole journey. Ha ha, sweet. Although White Light's body became large, he still had a child's disposition. Teasing those low-ranking demonic beasts, he felt very good about himself at present. Yi Yuan chuckled when he saw the situation and said, "Your White Tiger clan is the king of all beasts. Look at you, so childish. Plus, ha ha, big brother, you don't know how arduous it was for my mother and me to survive in the endless forest. If not for running into you, I wouldn't even be able to beat that 7-colored flowing cloud python, let alone talk about being whatever king of all beasts. Now that my strength is powerful, coming back to the endless forest again is to let those fellows who bullied my family before to prostrate." Although White Light said these while grinning, in his words revealed some forlornness. When Yi Yuan heard White Light say so, he was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. Recalling when he met White Light back then, White Light was young and immature like a kitten. Now, several years had said. White Light already grew into a true king of all beasts. Him returning to the endless forest again to regain face was also something within reason. And, in the future, us brothers will mature together. We're going to let everyone who bullies us come and prostrate before us. Yi Yuan also said with a grand, lofty sentiment, "Ha, that's of course. Me, this divine beast, plus Big Brother, this freakish monster. Whoever runs into us have to submit too." White Light said with a big laugh, "Yi Yuan, it's actually really you. You actually killed Shangguan Yinrong. Truly remarkable. However, today, you won't have that good fortune like during the previous time." Right at this time, Ding Liang, who had been in hot pursuit, finally made it. Chapter 623, Great Pursuit and Escape. Chapter 623, Great Pursuit and Escape. Towards Ding Liang's arrival, Yi Yuan was not too fluid. Teared. Not that he was not worried, but he was pretending to be unconcerned. If he was not worried, why would he barge into this freaking forbidden death zone? Truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Didn't expect that Shangguan Yinrong's curse mark was actually said to you, Yi Yuan said very nonchalantly. When Ding Liang saw Yi Yuan's manner, he said, "Coolly, are you pretending to be relaxed? You don't think that you can still escape from my hands this time, right?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Even Zhao Tianin couldn't hold me back and even needed to kowtow and admit his fault in front of me. Just the likes of you wish to make me stay?" Ding Liang's expression changed, his face instantly becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. The central capital battle. The ones who knew the outcome were only him, Ding Liang, and people of Star Abyss's lineage. That battle was not just the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's disgrace. It was also all the fierce Gale world martial artist shame. The invincible Wind Emperor actually kowtowed towards a crystal formation realm brat. That was simply unprecedented humiliation. You shut your mouth for me. If I don't kill you today, I'm lesser than human. Then you'll really not be able to be human today. You were present on that day. You should know that I have a powerful helper, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Ding Liang's expression changed as he recalled that terrifying woman on that day. Even the Wind Emperor did not have the slightest strength to resist under her hands. That woman's horror could be imagined, but he remembered the Wind Emperor's words again. The Wind Emperor had said that woman naturally had people to deal with her. This actually caused his nerves to ease up a little. Humph! Is she really around? Why don't you call her out for me to take a look? Ding Liang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan was secretly startled. Could it be that this Ding Liang knew something? How could he have known that in an accident arising from many causes, Ding Liang was also considered to have hit the mark by a fluke? Yu Mengli's present condition was just coming out to intimidate people a bit. He did not expect that this Ding Liang did not fall for it at all. But Yi Yuan obviously would not give up hope so easily. He said coolly, Lier, somebody wants to meet you. Show yourself for an appearance then. Under Ding Liang's horrified gaze, Yu Mengli really appeared. Last time, I spared your life. Didn't think that you still don't know what's good for you. Yu Mengli glared angrily and said, and she was about to muster heaven and earth essence energy. Seeing Yu Mengli, Ding Liang's scalp really exploded. How could he still care about killing Yi Yuan? He turned around and fled desperately with all his might. Ding Liang wished that his parents had given him a pair of wings to let him be able to fly a bit faster. Ding Liang was an 8th level divine, traversing realm expert. In a twinkle, he already flew out several hundred miles away. All of a sudden, Ding Liang was startled with a jerk and discovered that something was not quite right. If that striking beauty really wanted to kill him, how could he possibly escape? Also, if that woman was really that powerful, why would Yi Yuan go deep into a dangerous place as well? Played by this fellow. Although he did not know what happened, that woman definitely had no way of helping Yi Yuan. Otherwise, just now, 100 of him would be dead too. Sensing the curse mark again, Yi Yuan had indeed sped like the wind in the opposite direction. Ding Liang, as an upper echelon of the fierce-scale world, was not foreign to the endless world. He knew that the place around 2,000 miles ahead was the Forbidden Death Zone. He understood that this was Yi Yuan wanting to force himself into a desperate situation, so that he could risk it all. With this tussle, both parties instantly pulled apart close to 1,000 miles. D.A.M.N. Brat. Ding Liang gritted his teeth and raised his speed to the limits, chasing after Yi Yuan. Big brother, this fellow's movement speed is too fast. White Light said anxiously as he ran. Although flowing light White Tiger's forte was speed, Ding Liang's cultivation realm was much higher than theirs. His movement speed was naturally a great deal faster compared to theirs as well. Although Yi Yuan used a trick to scare Ding Liang away, this fellow's reaction speed was still pretty fast. He actually chased after so quickly. You just care about running forward. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yuan said, Big brother, you have to be careful. The two people sped like the wind while communicating how to deal with it. In a blink, they sprinted for several hundred miles. But how fast was Ding Liang's speed? In just this short while, he already shrunk the distance between both parties to only a distance of 200 miles. Both parties' strengths were too powerful. The places that they S through even tier 4 demonic beasts had to give a wide berth. Yi Yuan, wait until this old man catches up to you. I must flay your skin and pull out your tendons to be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ding Liang had long been enraged to the limits. Being fooled by Yi Yuan, this brat, how could he, this old monster, not be furious? Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, then chase all the way into the Forbidden Death Zone. Yi Yuan replied, Boy, you don't be OCKY? If you have the capabilities, run inside first before talking. Old fogey, you don't be C-O-C-K-Y. If you have the capabilities, catch up first before talking. The two people's feet did not ease up for a second, but their mouths started quarreling. Seeing as both parties' gap was getting smaller and smaller, Ding Liang's aura already rose to the peak. Even when separated by such a great distance, Yi Yuan could also feel the other party's horrifying pressure. Looks like this old punk was really infuriated by him. 200 miles. 100 miles. 50 miles. Both parties' gap was getting increasingly smaller, while Yi Yuan's distance away from the forbidden death zone was also getting lesser and lesser. Finally, when they were still several miles away from the forbidden death zone, Ding Liang caught up to Yi Yuan. White light, go. Yi Yuan already had no time to keep white light into the vast heaven pag. Oh, at this time, he could only let him enter the forbidden death zone first. As for what this forbidden death zone had, Yi Yuan did not know either. Perhaps this was his survival path, or maybe it was actually his death gate. Actually, Yi Yuan had long thought it out clearly. Since he revived, he was indeed intertwined with a great destiny. Several incidences of hopeless situations, he turned the dangers all into safety. Perhaps this so-called forbidden death zone was his survival path too. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan was willing to take his chances. Under Yi Yuan's instructions, white light leaped and vanished, and Yi Yuan himself turned around abruptly and faced Ding Liang coldly. Stinking brat, prepare to die? Ding Liang did not have the slightest hesitation. Straight away, it was his strongest attack. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all as well. He directly fished out a void escape thunderous explosion talisman and threw it over at Ding Liang. Ding Liang originally attacked in rage and already calculated that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Who knew that Yi Yuan suddenly pulled out such a powerful weapon? This void escape thunderous explosion talisman was equivalent to a peak divine traversing realms attack. The might of its power could be imagined. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Ding Liang was an 8th level divine traversing expert after all. For this void escape thunderous explosion talisman to want to kill him, it was still a little lacking. So after he threw out the void escape thunderous explosion talisman, Yi Yuan immediately turned around and ran madly. There was not much essence energy left in his body at this time. But Yi Yuan's present physical body was extremely formidable too. Even without the support of essence energy, running for a few days and nights was not an issue either. Rumble. S. Civ impact sounded out. Ding Liang M.U.F. fled groan came from behind Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back, running over towards the forbidden death zone. Ahead was S of dense fog. Yi Yuan did not hesitate the slightest bit, plunging headlong inside.